Прошу всіх помічників запрошувати вже наших всіх гостей до залу.
Ось так, це на англійську. Якщо хтось там раптом говорить англійською, нам треба на українську, ми включаємо другу.
Dear friends, just 2-3 minutes for the rest of the people from the hall to join us.
Пам'ятаєш?
Good morning, highly esteemed colleagues. Greetings to all of our guests present here, the representatives of church and media. We are greet to you at our today's meeting, today's forum. I'd like to start our event with a minute of silence to honor the fallen. Thank you. Psychosocial services, the current challenges. The very term psychosocial services hasn't been used up until the war, but within the last 2.5 years, we already have some solutions, some suggestions on the both national and regional levels. What did help? The coordination system, of course, that helped all of us to understand how fast and who to address. The person and the family is in the center. The next slide, please. Today we have a very intense day planned because our goal is not to just meet and have some talks, but based on the results of all our the panel discussions and expert discussions starting from 2 p.m. that will be simultaneously working in 3 different halls. So we'll work out the resolutions for the solutions and to pass them on so that on the national meetings we can also have something to analyze and further discuss. Each thread has its own moderator, and the section starting right after the introduction, the section of national solutions and suggestions will be moderated by Oksana Kolyada. The section moderating education and family, this is Olha, the moderator. And starting from 2 p.m., we're going to have a very important topic because we've been talking about legal challenges that families of servicemen and veterans face. This will be Anna Kozytskyi, the moderator, and another very important topic dealing with very complicated situations. Teachers and psychologists faced the challenges that truly weren't ready to. So family and education is Mariana, the moderator, and another very important topic that's usually avoided in discussions, but unfortunately it's topical, but how our international experts counsel us. This is important to start working on it today. This addiction, moderated by Solorist, and I invite Iryna Andreevna for the introductory remarks. The next slide, please. Dear Maxim and Andrei, dear colleagues, I'm here today to express my respect and high esteem to you. 2 years ago, February, you were the leaders who took upon themselves this burden of responsibility. Hundreds of thousands of people, women, kids, seniors, people with disabilities, those who needed shelter, all received what they needed in the Lviv region. Hundreds and thousands of hearts on the railway station, right? Do you remember? I remember watching the video then. It was February and March, and I saw the efforts of volunteers, local and regional authorities. Everybody wanted to help, to warm up, to hug, to feed. And I was thinking, can they do this? And you did manage to achieve success, and all of your experience was transformed into new projects and programs. You translated your experience into new law drafts, and everything that is now guiding our policies on internally displaced persons, veterans, their family members, and I'm very grateful. So I wanted to say thank you for that. I will be participating in the panel next, so I'll end my introductory remarks with the words of our great poet Lina Kostenko. Do not even think that God will be cruel to us. Human life is brief. We do not have time to be defeated. Jointly we will win. Glory to Ukraine. We are going to have two panels up until 1 p.m. The first one with our national representatives and experts. You can have a look at the program. It's very intense. Use the QR code on your badge and feel free to download to follow the agenda. All of the discussions will be held later on in the separate threads, where every panel is going to have additional 10 representatives. The next slide. So I'd like to invite next the moderator of the panel, Oksana Kolyada, the head of Простір можливостей NGO, head in the Ministry for Veterans in 2019-2020, also Iryna Vereshchuk, the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine for Reintegration for Temporary Occupied Territories, Oksana Sevak, Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs Ukraine for European Integration, Ulyana Tokareva, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, Maxim Kozytskyi, the head of the Regional State Administration, and we also are going to have Natalia Kalmakova, the Deputy of the Defense Minister, join us via Zoom. Thank you. I was very worried that we won't manage to discuss everything within the first hour and will be behind the agenda. It's not frequent that I have so many representatives of national, regional, local authorities, and we have lots of things to discuss. We have only about an hour, so every person will have no more than 10 minutes to speak. The same goes for me, but I'd like to pass on my 10 minutes to a wife of a military serviceman and to show you a video, please. My name is Tatiana, I'm 40 years old, and first of all, I'm the veteran's wife and a teacher, and I'm also the mother of two small boys. We are all from Luhansk region. Previously, my husband used to work as a taxi driver. He dreamt of opening his own maintenance service for cars. He's also 40 years old, and he's the father of two great kids who support him. He is an amazing son, an amazing son-in-law as well, and the best possible husband for me. It happened on December 16th. I knew that at 9 a.m. He was away for some reason. I just wanted to pray, and I received a voice message that was his colleague. His voice was trembling, and he said, "Tatiana, please do not worry. He is fine. He is alive. He's just slightly wounded. They were bombed and Toля was protected by a part of the car, and he was also covered by one of his unit soldiers, and it was a very difficult wound and very difficult and even the face and even eyes, the broken bones, the jaw and the teeth, 10 ribs on the right side, and also his right hand, he couldn't even raise it. And boys told me that as soon as they saw him, they were very scared because he was bleeding from all the orifices, and they tried to resuscitate him because the heart stopped for 2 times. He didn't breathe, and when he was brought to Slaviansk hospital, he was in coma, and immediately he was transported to Dnipro Mechnikov hospital. It was very difficult for me to find my husband, even though I knew where he physically was, but there were some mistakes made. First of all, when they recorded his case, they made mistake in his patronymic name and the year of birth, so I couldn't know 100% what is the hospital where he's being held, what's the condition. So Sunday was a horrible day for me. Families really need support during such an acute period. First of all, the psychologist who is going to not only just talk to you, but experience everything with you, just to feel every person, because grief is a very individual emotion. Secondly, also the legal assistance is required to help. You need to do this, this, and that in this and that way, and then you will achieve results. You also need experts to provide information on rehabilitation centers, an expert providing legal help and social help and support as well, because when a person is under such a condition, they really need very specific guidance and list of things to do and who to address to get help. I really want the state to understand that mobilizing and drafting a person, they draft the whole family, not only wife, but also their kids, but also their parents. And when a soldier defends our state and they get wounded, the whole family gets wounded. The whole family experience that, and they need support from state, social, psychological, legal support and assistance to help, to guide, to let us know what to do. And in addition, some hospitals I'd like to highlight, it's really required to have somebody responsible for communicating with families and explaining the condition of their wounded relative. As a as a wife of a serviceman and now the wounded veteran, I'd like to address everybody who's in the same situation. Believe in your defenders. You are their future. Your support will shape their worldview, and if they feel that they are needed, they will fight for their life. They will do everything what they can. But if they feel that they're not needed, I'm sorry, but you can lose them in such a way. Also, train yourself and communicate with psychologists. Do not be afraid to do that. It's interesting. And learn your husband. You need to learn them anew because they are different. They're not the same that they previously were. Listen to them. You need to change yourself for the better so that your family becomes stronger, and always smile and welcome them with a smile. This was Tatiana, the wife of a serviceman, and her main message. When we draft a soldier, we draft the whole family. That was her main message, and this is not a unique situation. We have thousands of people like that. Today I'd like to discuss how every one of us doing our own work in the community, at our work, when what we can do to support the families of our servicemen and then our veterans, of course. And I'd like to start with the Ministry of Defense. And are you here, Natalia? Yes, I'm here. I'm happy to hear you at our forum. Could you please share what are the steps that the Ministry for Defense currently do to develop policies, and later on I'll ask about the implementation to support the families? Starting from the drafting and mobilization period, then during the service, then we have heard how important it is to help and support the wounded families for the rehabilitation and at the level of return into the community and reintegration. Thank you for the question. Yes, the changes are happening. I'd describe them as tectonic ones. And first of all, I'd like to point out that the current discussions are about when and which authorities, bodies are responsible for a person with a status of the combat participant status. I wanted to start with that because this combat participant status, it's important to have a separate document in that, and by the end of February all of the servicemen currently in the combat zone are going to receive this status, and also the separate positions in units are introduced to support and help to prepare all of the documentation on behalf of the serviceman to submit this to the Commission. Separately, the changes to the legislation, this is the Law Draft 162. These changes will help us automate the process of providing and granting this combat participant status. And we are expecting from other responsible bodies their part. We are interested to implement this as soon as possible, because it's important for us, for people to not just receive this status and receive some guarantees, but this is also a recognition that this person is a defendant of the country. So it should happen as soon as possible. And I'm happy that we have Yaroslav here present on the panel as well. And there is a system of developing the social protection, and this system will support and help with all of the needs of servicemen, including the support and help for the families.
I'm very thankful to the active participation in this project. There are the changes to the amendments that will allow of the family of those who disappeared or those who are POW not to receive any statements or claims. We have this access to the registers, and there will be possible to receive information by your own and to understand the list of those who is entitled to the payments in the cases I mentioned. So right now, there is the ongoing process of the creation of a system which is similar to the patron service. We cannot call it patron service because patron system, it's the state service, but we are working so that there is a concentrated function created within the unit so that it can accompany a military and his or her family. We are gonna have the psychologist and other members of the team. Thank you very much, Natalie. I have one more remark about the new positions of social workers or social support officers in the military hospital. And remember this decision that when it was adopted like half a year ago, there was again the recruiting of such staff. Could you please tell us what is the current state of these positions at military hospitals? Are they already there? How recruited such workers? How do you think? And just dwell upon this. This process is still ongoing. We are working with the social policy ministry in the direction to provide ministry with the information on people who have their limbs amputated in as short as possible after we have information on the amputation, so that the social worker from the civil sphere and psychologist as well could accompany the very person with amputations and correspondingly his or her families in time, and provide rehabilitation and also psychosocial support and the preparation of a person for the new life. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Ms. Tatiana, who was the soldier of a soldier. Thanks God that the soldier doesn't have amputation. But when we have this interview, Tatiana shared that she, as a teacher working with a certain corrective programs with children, she actually started to be the case manager in the rehab department of Machnikov Hospital. She was working with a person. She was looking for additional information. She had referrals to the Ministry of Defense in order to research this way of the wounded servicemen. So in the hospital where there are a lot of wounded, there has to be a person who could communicate with the hospital, could explain the actions of the doctors, that they cannot pay a lot of time to the families because they are saving life, and provide some useful information for them how to move along, how a med evac is going on, and what is the principle of it. So where there can be continuing rehab. So this is pretty important information when there is limb amputation, how the prosthetic process going on, where to turn to. So this is what we talk about the accompanying. So, and if such people, such staff were there in a hospital, of course that would take some load off the shoulder of doctors, and family members could feel this protection both from the military forces and correspondingly from the other structures where their close ones are mobilized to. Indeed, it's not kind of protection, that's care. And I'm talking that such a decision has already been made, and we are continuing recruiting. Yes, there were talks about the additional resources, external additional resources, so that families could have this understanding where, who, and when they could turn to. Thank you, Ms. Natalie. We are expecting the changes and updates, and right now I will move along, and I'm having a question to Mr. Yaroslav on the implementation of the project, on the preparation of the social support officers. They have actually been here all the time, and we had the WHO officer working with us, but right now we have such an acute problem, and we were trying to understand where we have to integrate or enhance this direction. Let's start with the territorial centers of recruiting. This is the place where we mobilize, where we welcome our future mobilized veterans. And these centers actually provide communication, accompanying, and I'm thankful to the changes mentioned by Natalie on the communication with families of those who disappeared, who is missing, and POWs. And how do you plan to reform this component of the social support? Are there going to be the social support officers, or the staff will be increased of those who have to take care of families in any status of the acting servicemen or of the servicemen at the process of leaving, or maybe this is the person who deceased or is missing, or those who are in captivity. Thank you for the questions. I'm the head of the Social Support Department of the Armed Forces. As for the questions on the territorial recruiting centers, I would say that yes, the social work, social services, there is always a great demand of them, as has always been. We always need this. It's a really topical question all the time. Regarding the needs during the full-scale invasion, during war with Russia, there is a great number of people joining army, and the territorial recruiting center, this is the first touch of a person to army and the first touch for the family, so that the first reference point where families can turn to understand what is going on with their close ones. Of course, we talk about the enhancement of social component. As for now, we are working on enhancement of this direction, of this component. We are doing our best. We are trying to increase the number of people, of our staff, and I would like to make a focus on the preliminary level of those who are mobilizing on the level of communities, of districts, and we are working on including additional positions of social workers who will be dealing not only with the documents, but basically with working with the servicemen families. They will be those who provide guidelines, those who help military men to contact with their families, and also family members to direct them both to certain resources of help for the local communities, or try to provide the network of social workers to have the contact with the military departments, so that we understand that sometimes there are lots of obstacles to get connected or to receive certain documents. But basically, when we talk about the enhancement and boost with the social workers, both in the military departments and both in the territorial recruitment centers, to have this network so that a person can have it, cannot have any difficulties to contact basically with the authorities or with the military officials. Within the territorial recruiting centers, we have the task forces on provision of social services. As of now, so the question is on the preparation of those who are already there and those who will come. We talk about the quality of the preparation because it's essential, and we have to train such professionals. Right now, we are working on the certain questions as for the enhancement of the preparation and social workers, with the possibility for them to contact with the social sphere of a state. Because when we talk about the assistance to the family members, it's not just the question to the Ministry of Defense. It's a state level question, and our state has to help to families of those who are protecting us. Therefore, I'm very glad that we have here the representatives of Ministry of the Social Policy. We are closely connected with them and teamed up in this respect, so our work is ongoing. I need just a second mic, not to take it from Yaroslav. Yes, along with Mr. Maxim, we had a meeting and we agreed that we are going to have, along with the Social Policy Ministry, with the General Staff and our organization Pilot, we want to introduce a new training for the representatives of the territorial recruitment centers. And we were also talking about the importance for them to be connected with other providers of services, because basically they can feel themselves isolated. They have to receive a lot of documents and again provide this communication with families and especially of those who are missing. They have burnout. It's pretty difficult for them. So right now it's very important to test that, to see how it works in new format. How many representatives of territorial recruiting centers do we have here? Yes, we have some of them. Great. Yes, we will have a chance to for the discussion of how to see it from the local level. Could you please tell us, so do you have a state order to have the increase of the number of the social officers? Yes, of course. Basically, when we talk about social work within the armed forces, the servicemen who have degree in the social workers. We had them, and right now we have big demand of them. And again, we talk about the quality of such workers. Therefore, we started a new training for the officers to work, the social workers in the social institute named after Shevchenko. We have the group of students who started their trainings. We also set up the courses of CPD of those military men and servicemen who have this position, and they need to boost their skills. Therefore, we are to launch these courses this year, and those who enrolled will be re-educated. And also, we have the state order for the future 2 years, and we are going to plan. Do you plan to mobilize those who have certain experience and degree? Well, don't look at me like this. I understand everything, but it is important, to understand how is it going on right now. We have such officers of the social support. Is it possible, for them to join the army and to have this position? Where it will be, on the battalion level, or how do you plan it? Social support officers, they have to be in every military department, and we plan to have the social workers position from the battalion level and up, because we need every battalion to have such an officer to provide social support based on the functional tasks on their shoulders. So we are open. Yes, our state mobilizes citizens, and you don't have to have a degree in social area. We will train you, we will help you, we will back you up. But the thing is that you have to help people, and for that you need to have certain qualities, personal qualities. You have to have the psycho-emotional qualities. You have to be open to people and trying to help them. Of course, we are open through the new recruiting system that will be launched within the pilot programs Work UA. If you open up the sites, you're going to see. And again, we had this question on the social worker within the healthcare establishments and units. You have keep a track on this information. Of course, the best candidates for these positions, they always will be, and we will have them, and we are really looking for the experienced staff. Thank you very much. So resuming, Yaroslav, there are changes ongoing. The new reforms of the system is built up, especially in the regard of the social support at the level of the territorial recruiting centers, which are to have on the level of the regions and districts. There will be the whole task force with the officers, with the education, social support education, and also right now they are training the staff so that they can support families on the level of hospitals. And right now I'm moving to Ms. Ulyana. She is the Deputy Minister of Social Policy. Ms. Ulyana is responsible for the implementation of the new social services on the level of communities. Could you please tell us what is there, what do you plan as for the support of families? Because I know that there are new social services. There is the vision how where do you plan to buy them? You are closely connected with the Ministry of Defense and also of the department Yaroslav is representing. So what do you offer to communities when we talk about social support of families? Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for the question, Ms. Oksana. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you to Lviv, to Ms. Iryna for your leadership in the process. Thank you for such forums where we can talk over such an important issues. And I think that there has never been such a great attention to social services in Ukraine. Of course, it's a favorable impression. There is pretty room for development in this sphere. But I understand that when we talk about social services, there has to be the request. People need this help. And before I answer your question, I would like to give one example. As for the number of people asking for help to the social protection field within the context of social services. So we have analyzed 2022, and we saw that there were like 98,000 veterans' families who asked for help, and they received this support. When we had a look on the results of the 2023, we were amazed that this number increased 20 times more. So we had 28,000 of families who requested such help. So we had to be flexible in this regard to react to this request, providing this support. When the decentralization process started, the state actually gave certain part of taxes so that every community could have this possibility to make decisions on how to build up the social support system. And many communities really took advantage of this, and they made certain steps in order for the psychosocial services be paid from the communities. And this number, 98,000 of families, that's a great endeavor of those working on the local level, and therefore the social policy ministry are very grateful to those who work within communities. And I think that a lot of them were thinking on the fact that, for example, people like paid a lot of money for this training, they had education for 5 years, and what does it mean that people do not need professional preparation, but it is needed. And right now, a great effort is done right now so that to catch up for those people from the adjacent spheres so that they can be involved in the social sphere. So we are calling upon each of you to get involved into social sphere and to get involved into the social programs implemented on national level. We primarily for the families of servicemen to receive the needed support, and along with the defense ministry we have developed a program, and there is a decision made to finance it from state budget, and 5 military units have already participated in this program, and then we have are recruiting 30 more units and 30 teams of those who will provide this social service so that the family members could receive the necessary support. And right now, what is of utmost importance is how we are going to build up this interaction within the country on between different sectors on different levels, because I think that you could have probably seen, those who are working in the local safe governments, you have seen these letters from the social policy ministers. They are asking, could you please give us the focal point of those within the communities who are responsible for the social support of servicemen and their families? Could you please give us the list of those services provided on the level of communities? It's not just about, some kind of analysis or research. No, it's just, for the sake of building up this network and connection between the those with the big expertise working with the families of servicemen in providing support, so that the family can have this support in time, and so that we do not have such cases when people has to stay in line for or waiting for some papers and decision made, etc. So it's again of top importance to have such interaction.
The other thing is that we also need to prepare not only the sphere of social protection in communities or at a national level, but what was mentioned by Yaroslav Kolynchenko and Natalia Kalmykova, it's important for us to also involve the social workers because they are representatives of our spheres and need to follow the standards that are the same for everybody and across all institutions. Yes, I fully agree that the social policy, the same as veteran policy, encompasses multiple spheres. I wanted to clarify 90,000 of veteran families who addressed were these requests related to social policies only, or these questions were very broad, not only related to your sphere. Any expert in social sphere who is well prepared and experienced can provide answers on anything and area, starting from how to reinstate your documents up to employment. And social sphere the most integrated into other areas because it doesn't deal with employment directly, but our task is to help them solve this problem. So maybe find a recruitment agency or employment center or a training center. So lots of interconnected things. It's one of the trends in the social work that's very well developed across the world, and lots of social services are focused on that. Currently, we're working on two important services. This is housing for people to ensure that when they have difficulties moving their own, so to equip the housing appropriately so that the person is self-reliant, and also supporting at the workplace. So these things require us to be flexible and to provide more services that people need and according to the needs. And frequently these are slightly beyond our direct sphere of responsibility. But another successful case that relates to the previous question on hospitals, social worker in healthcare is a part of rehabilitation team helping a person who lacks mobility to get rehabilitation, to get the supporting and secondary rehabilitation means. That's very important. And in December, a decree was passed that allowed these people to work in healthcare institutions, and we're going to keep developing this practice. Coming back to the video and Tatiana's case, there was a situation that a part of documents from Mechnikov hospital wasn't passed on to the other hospital, and as a reason, and as a consequence, there were different complications with assessing the wounds severity, with the documents, with assessment, and so on and so forth. Because in Kiev, some heavily wounded soldiers could be kept for months. Who helps them and their record keeping and documentation? Do you provide support and accompaniment to all of cases like that? Social workers in a healthcare institution, of course, this is the practice that's going to be further developed and implemented, and we had positive feedback for such a practice, especially in the military hospitals. We are happy to support, to train, to share experience, and to develop protocol and guidelines here. This should also be implemented in the mental health institutions. So this is about how to provide a fast response to the help request. And social work is first and foremost a helper, an assistant who represents a person's interests and defends them. Thank you. And another question, because it's not frequent that we have a chance to ask so many questions. Not only individuals, but also communities have some requests. We visited 12 within the last months, and the communities have a question: how can they learn about the heavily wounded servicemen coming back home? And should there be other person responsible for communication, they could notice them, saying that in a month or two rehabilitation will be completed. Please prepare and equip the housing for this in such a person living and coming back to a community. Do you think there should be also some ties and connections here? Yes, of course, it could be a part of the solution for this question, but I wanted to provide one example that I'm very amazed at. It's very effective. Iryna Andreevna every week holds coordination meetings where all of people related to solutions are gathered and serves as the national manager, so to speak, combining and uniting everybody in solving all of the groups, communities, or individuals' question, and this brings amazing results. I believe that owing to this practice, all of the areas understood how important it is to have cross-department cooperation. This is the TCR in other areas coordination example. So first of all, we need to start with ties within the community. That's the starting point. And we see a request for building such a cross-department, cross-sectoral coordination. As Natalia Kalmakova mentioned, that there is a readiness to pass information on a weekly basis about servicemen with amputation so that we can directly assign a psychologist and a social worker to start discussing the process of prosthetics. So this is an algorithm, and we are writing this in people's lives as ink, and that's war, and we need to respond to challenges. So it's very important to provide fast response and to create effective protocol and guidelines. And I have a chance to say this, so I will say this. It's very important for communities to provide feedback back to the national level to communicate their problems, issues, and challenges, because we sometimes don't have enough visibility. It's very important to have this very effective and productive cooperation, not only cross-department, but also at different levels. The most important things happen at the community level, where a person has specific needs and requests. The last question that I have to ask, communities always ask about support for families who provide professional or non-professional care for heavily wounded at home, and whether the ministry will support that. Could you maybe provide more information? What are the rules? Are there any fees assigned? Because families are frequently the caregivers. Yes, this is an example of how communities are using the additional taxes that were transferred from the national to the local level. And yes, the state provided the opportunity for both professional and non-professional care, using up those taxes. So the financial remuneration, if I could call it so some financial compensation could be provided to this person who is a professional, non-professional caretaker, if that's a family member volunteering to provide care for their family member. There are some differences and distinctions here for professional and non-professional care. For professional care providers, we have some requests for training, so the person should be trained and should work as an expert here. Do we provide, is there any access to trainings? Yes, but it's not enough. We are currently actively working with the Ukrainian Swiss project to scale the trainings. We aim at making this 100% accessible to everybody, and also so that family members also know how to provide their care, because this requires some knowledge. What I wanted to highlight, it's very important, this philosophy of the remuneration for professional or non-professional, and the concept for that, for remunerating the professional, non-professional care, is to free up a bit those people, because it's very important. For example, wives, mothers, sons, the caregivers need to have a chance to take some rest. And here I'd recommend to close family members not to focus on the professional care given Yes, it pays a bit more. I understand that financial resources are important when you're providing care for a person needing assistance, but a possibility to go to work and to communicate with friends and to have mental rest is important as well. Your close one will get this support as well, and you could use up some additional time to children or on self-care. So when you go back from your workplace, you still have this willingness to communicate and to support relationships. So it's very important. That was this concept behind this distinction between professional and non-professional care. Thank you. We will also communicate this back to communities. The question was slightly different. How can the state compensate us for providing care? So that's slightly different. But thank you, Olyana. I will pass on to the Ministry for Veterans care. We are very happy for Veteran Affairs. We're very happy to have you here, Oksana Sevak. Based on the amount of requests, 90,000 of requests, the social services currently are the ones who have to support all of this because the Ministry for Veteran Affairs are still in progress. So when the communities will get an expert on working with the mobilized and veterans, so we have a enormous demand. They create structures, they train experts and expect when can everything be implemented. Because I have a hypothesis, it might be correct, that these experts will free up the resources of social work a lot because the consultations on the combat participant status that surely could be done by the experts from the Veteran Affairs representatives. Could you provide some predictions? That's like the weather predictions, probably, but you know more than us. Then, well, yes, of course. But you know that last year that was started on the experimental and pilot project. There were some successes and failures. The Ministry for Veteran Affairs analyzed the mistakes, did the lessons learned sessions. Now we have a new decree that will be not for 4 regions only, but for all of this. What is the blocker? That's the budget allocation problem. The mechanism for payment is currently under approval with the Ministry for Finances, and we're very reliant, and we really expect a lot from experts for veteran affairs and this new position, because we were thinking whether it's not a duplication of the social workers function, and these discussions were held on the central level and national level. We also discussed this with communities, and communities confirmed that they currently need experts for veteran affairs as well, and it's not a duplication of the function. This is assistance because their function is more informational and coordination, and they are going to focus on veterans and their families only. So this is the first point, person of contact and point of contact. Of course, we'd like for all of these services to be available from a smartphone. Currently, this is not available, unfortunately. So as of now, we need a separate expert person who could go to and get the expert assistance. So I hope this will happen in March, and we will start active recruitment. We change the approach a bit. Previously, we had a contest approach to that based on the training. Now we believe that we need to use the educational criteria for selecting these experts, and training and employment should be done simultaneously, not to lose half a year for the or before the employment. And they really need to work together and coordinate with the healthcare workers and social workers to understand the needs and what is the part and what is the function where they could help support this burden. We are currently talking about cross coordination so that people who require this help, they also need to understand who's responsible for what. Because the Ministry for Veteran Affairs, that's a young ministry, mostly with coordination function as of now, would like to take on the leadership function as well, we hope, we expect, and we will coordinate the efforts for people to understand who they should address and where they could get what kind of services. Currently, we're working on the basics and foundations for the veterans policy. We understand that that's cross-sectoral, cross-department, because we do not have our own institutions, but we need to work in a way that's clear, transparent for everybody. I'm currently also an assistant for a veteran. Every day I get a communication, friends asking, and that's all a manual and tedious process. That's not the right process. A person should have one single point of contact and then understand their course of action. We currently have 107 social services. We analyzed that. So in coordination with other ministries, we need to understand what kind of services we need. Of course, we advocate the individual approach to every veteran to understand the individual needs and requirements. All of those will, well, not everybody is going to have the same needs. Somebody will require additional equipment of their housing for the to support the mobility for people who lost their mobility, of some not, so it's different. So to sum up, we are not going to have enough resources to support that amount of people. We need to have an expert who will be working with case management, and on a case management basis identify the needs of every veteran and their family individually, so that we could cover and address their needs, providing the and allocating the budget states. Working with community, we discuss the specific responsibilities of such an expert, because without understanding the needs, it's impossible to allocate the budget, to plan for the budget for the next year. So this function of gathering information and passing on the information up to the national level. So we remembered about the march that you mentioned. So the communities are ready. They selected the people and are waiting the start. The second question from the communities, they are not really aware that there is a 1040 program for their Ministry for Veteran Affairs, and it includes mental health support at different levels. So whether the question of 1338 was solved, when can the community start using this tool, this instrument, and how?
So basically, our efforts were aimed, finally, yes, it has resulted. We are waiting from the Ministry of Finance to agree on the financing, and our decree is basically aimed at this. So they have gathered all our payments and they are setting one unified way of how it will be paid. So I hope that in this month there will be I just want to explain you the difference for you, just to understand that we have a common understanding with the Ministry of Health that everything that happens on the territory of military facilities, sites, who have contracts with our psychologists, our financing of the Ministry of Veterans cannot cover the psychologists within medical facilities. So that's our agreement with the National Service of Health of Ukraine. After acute rehabilitations, both physical and psychological, our veterans are incorporated into communities, and therefore we develop psychological centers where not doctors but psychologists and psychiatrists will work there. I'm talking about quality. I'm a doctor myself, so I'm pretty much involved into the psychological rehabilitation process development, and I understand that psychologists, it's not just about, to have some tea and talk. At the right level, we're not talking even about support. Our psychologists, they are well trained of the first psychological support, of the psychoinduction support, and also I'm talking about the therapy and working with the combat trauma. There are lots of centers and civil organizations. People are working a lot. They're doing a great job. But we have to understand that combat trauma is a pretty serious thing. And a lot of psychologists turn to us who face such an issue, and they are asking for further education, not about trainings and workshop, but further training, education with the supervision, with the proved methods, and basically we are planned to create the capable networks where people will work under supervision according to the unified protocols. It's very important because I am the surgeon myself, and if you don't know what to do in the abdomen, so just don't go there. So this is the thing, right? If psychologists don't know how to work with this type of trauma, they'd better not work with such clients. Thank you, Oksana. I'm just keeping a track on our time, and basically we are doing good. So we are waiting for the finalization accent of the community, right? You're going to keep a track on the setting of the community of the specialists. Ms. Iryna, I have a proposal to you. I understand that you are Vice Prime Minister, you are like top speaker of ours, but could you please resume supporting Oksana in the effectiveness of the coordination staffs? But I'm afraid that there will be like thousands of people in Zoom if we add Oksana there. So let's ask our regional and local authorities, and then you will be given the floor. Mr. Maxim, Mr. Andrei, I have a question to both of you. That's the one question, and you will then present your thoughts. Okay, yes. So, Mr. Maxim, for all the difficulties, Iryna Andreevna launching our forum, they said that Lviv region really hosted and accommodated, provided shelters to a great deal of people, both in the railways and in other centers, and we have tried to systematize these efforts in the separate project. And again, we just, they have to take a bow. So Lviv region received a lot of resources. When we talk about IDPs, right? Different specialists necessary for the communities, districts and level, probably a relocated business that's continuing working here. Could you please tell us what are you ready to share with other regions of Ukraine? What do I mean by share? I have the successfully implemented projects in question, or maybe certain services on rehab on the whole Ukrainian level, or maybe some other services. What Lviv region is ready to share with the rest of Ukraine? Let's start with Mr. Maxim. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. We are always to share with our love, warm experience, with everything we have at our disposal. If we talk about the services, initiatives, of course, there are lots of initiatives that were started from these families, from communities, from the local level, from administration and local level, and then they were backed up by others. But over these 2 years, what I lack is the state policy. Really, this is what is missing, unfortunately, in the sphere of social protection, of the state policy in the sphere of veteran policy. Initiatives, this is the good thing, but we need to have multi-level systems, vertical, horizontal, the system that is visible for all the states. Again, only by this we can share our initiatives of love and good. I would like to say thank you to Ms. Iryna from the bottom of my heart for her coordination of work, because before this coordination, it was pretty much chaotic. There were communities like Mr. Lviv and Mr. Andrei Sadovy, they were going on the right way. There were other regions like Lviv regions, and I would like to say thank you to Ms. Halyna Bordun, who generated initiatives that were interesting for the ministry on the level of the state. I'm very thankful to the charitable organizations. I'm very thankful to the NGOs for those who followed these initiatives. And I think, and of course, I'm grateful to the church organizations. They were going hand in hand with all other actors. They had the human and family at the core. But of course, we cannot keep this going. Yeah, we have to build up state policies. State policies, actually, Halyna mentioned these three things, by which we see this process. We don't say that we are right? We just see what is our vision on the regional level, right? We see the legal and social support. Then it should evolve into psychological support. And if we cannot cope with this, then we have to treat some addictions. So we see this on the level of region, and we are ready to continue our support in this respect. But when we talk about the direct policy, we really want the state to see community, human, and family in the core. As for now, unfortunately, communities and regional administration, we cannot see what we can offer, what initiatives that we can offer to our families, but we have to see these coordinated activities. Talking about these three processes and about these three levels, very often we see church organizations because they see their community as a whole, and it's a pretty big thing. And also separately, they see family. Talking about assistance, we talk about the veteran policy. And this is the support to the person being veteran or person with disabilities or person vulnerable one or the victim of violence. This is all about human. And when we talk about human, we have to mention what we were talking at the beginning, a family. Again, we have to deal with all the families. And unless we do it, we will not deal with human. Community has the connection to families, and we have to offer to the community something, and it's not just about money and funds. No, we have to offer trainings, we have to offer understanding of structure, of course financial support, it's important, but first and foremost, structure, this is the first thing to be offered. When we talk about the territorial centers of recruitment, what is it all about? Yes, we say it, this abbreviation, TCR, right? But it's not TCR, it's about social support. The only process that we are keeping ongoing, this is mobilization process. Yes, it's pretty much important, it's essential. Without mobilization, we are not going to reach the victory. It's the super process that has to be moderated and understood. But where is the second part? Why we have changed the structure, military structure of mobilization? It's not just about changing abbreviation. No, it's also about services we provide. We are moderating not only mobilization. We are offering services, and we have discussion with Oksana. We had a very good system of the centers of the administrative services. Every such a center is updated, involved, renewed. There are like around 600 services in one place. But when we talk about the Territorial Center for Recruitment and Social Support, right, Again, we accentuate the provision of the social support services provided to the families of the servicemen. So again, the systemic approach has to be here. Maybe it's not just about this abbreviation, TCR, SS, but actually I'm, as a head of regional administration, I need to have the structure to be implemented. If you have it, TCRSS as those providing social services, or maybe it's consolidated center providing such services, I can build up a system out of this. But thanks to my colleagues, thanks to Ms. Iryna, we have a coordinated system of activities of the centers. And very often the ministry does not have the structure and wants to build it up. But sometimes they have the structure but cannot take advantage of it. We have this weekly meeting and we understand how we can use the current system. Let's think about the system that we have at our disposal. Basically, the recruitment centers, those providing psychological support, and then we are building up the veteran policy as a part of social policy, or maybe as a part of some general policy. It's an open question, but we still have a not clear understanding of who we are building on. What do we building? We are building a structure, a system, or we are building up services around a human. Again, coordinational centers that started here in Lviv region. Thanks to the activities of such coordinational centers, we have discovered such communities for us. Communities that can cover the demands of families. In some communities, people have different issues. And if it wasn't for such coordinational centers, the families wouldn't receive the answer they needed. So we understand the importance of such networks. To have the bigger veteran network, or maybe so that there will be on the level of TCR and those providing social support, there will be someone taking care of family members. We are ready here in Lviv region to become pilot region to keep up of any initiative. We are ready to implement that. Let's try it. Let's work it out. So, and I offer right now both to the Ministry of Defense and to the General Staff, let's start at the level of the territorial centers for recruitment to build up the social support system. We actually have already started within our pilot project. Yes, but we are talking about at the level of communities. We are not going to build it up ourselves. It's a great start, of course. We have 73 communities and we have 27 current structures that operate. So let's try to build it up on this level. And then I encourage all of you for our cooperation. Thank you very much, Mr. Maxim. I just have some reflection on two things. Yes, when we were developing the veteran policy, we understood that veterans are part of the overall society, and of course they have different status. They can be IDPs, simultaneously a vulnerable person in difficult life conditions. But the veteran policy and reforms connected, they can be the drivers of the process in regard with other people, because we are in state of war and veteran policy cannot be a part of the social policy because it is all about the national defense, about human capital, and also about the reforming of our modern nation, because here and abroad we have turned into the nations of defenders. Mr. Andrei, whenever I come to every community, I hear you there. Why? Because we are trying to promote the launch of the veteran spaces, and we see that the first implementation tool of the veteran policy implementation, it appeared here in Lviv. And we have another center on Shchuprenka Street, and it really proves the effectiveness of such instrument. Along with this, could you please tell us what else you can share with Mrs. Vice Prime Minister, dear ministers, dear leaders of communities, of centers. Here right now, special people gathered here because each of you here, you have this vocation to serve. What does it mean to serve? It means, to sacrifice yourself. And I'm pretty much compassionate, and I know that right now it's very difficult, for your significant others, as there is no turning point back. And sometimes I feel sorry, yes, for what you have experienced. But we understand what is the essence of coordination. What is the strengths of Ukrainians? Yeah, we have something, this, energetic, sonic thing inside of us, which drives us to work. It's a fire. And remembering what was happening in February 2024, when the first attacks were coming and people were trying to flee to Lviv. So were there any indications from Kyiv? No. People gathered themselves on the spot. And that is what amazed media from different part of the world. We had about 200 correspondence points from world media. They were shocked. How have you managed to organize everything? And that reminded me this hoof, the bee hoof. And everyone knew that they had to do something and the work was going on. Yes, we have to find this internal strength in communicating with you, with wise people, with priests, with sisters, and just move ahead. Of course, there will not be any roadmap. No, we have to find this roadmap, to build it up in each community. And only after this, our country will feel this backup. We very often, request something from the country, but Miss Vereshchuk, you could never imagine how many things is pains in her head every day. And collaborating with our ministries, yes, we don't create problems to each of us. I do my part of job, they do their part of job. I have a small presentation for you. Yes, you have seen railway station right now, what was going on there. These are our temporary towns. And of course, they were temporary, aimed operating for 2 months. But we have them for 2 years. And we talk about veterans and those who came and those who were mobilized. And there are lots of fallen heroes. Here you see our shelters, our warehouses. That is the recent attack. And right now we are helping Ministry of Education because we allocate funds, to renew and refurbish this building. This is educational buildings. The school that was damaged on the 1st of January. Basically, the school is renewed and people already are at school working. This is the house. 10 people died, and you see how it is renovated, reconstructed. We are not asking for funds from the state. We are doing our job. 16,000 of injured were received by our medical facilities. Just to understand this, we have 2,200 beds in our hospital, all occupied, and there are other people in line because we have to give services to those within the city and to those within the region, and these are both kids, women. This is the famous Stepanenki family. You see that how they lost their limbs, and they are living in Lviv, and kids are going to school. I like this photo most, how our Yana took part in the recent marathon in Lviv. Life is ongoing. Yes, sometimes it can hit you, but we have to move up. And this is our medical union. This is Mikhailo. He received first bionic prosthesis in 2022. He's without a leg, without arm, but you see, he dives. Yes, This is the project along with the Croatian veterans.
One moment, Mr. Andrei, dear friends, just a very quick announcement. You all received the air raid alert. We are staying in the shelter. This is the shelter where we are, so we can continue. I just wanted to let you know. So I'll continue. I won't even announce the numbers, how many prosthetic experts and prosthesis we need. But for example, National Arts Academy. This is a sculpture master, an artist, and he currently works as a prosthesis manufacturer because he knows the body. And currently we are gathering funds for the 3D printer because we need to scale. And in April, we're going to launch a large manufacturing of up to 1,000 of prostheses a year. That's jointly with Germany. And this buildings that you can see on the screen were built within a month, and the veterans are going to be employed there. This is the rehabilitation center where different organizations and other countries' representatives help. And our large problem is that we do not have enough spaces. The rehabilitation center on the screen, all of these very precious and pricey equipped centers should be in every community. Johnson visited us, and when they saw the level of medical care here, they were shocked, because I remember during the COVID times when people in London were called into hospitals, they were advised to just open the window and breathe deeply because everything was, all the spaces were taken. And we accept everybody. A broken sport, because sport is very important after the rehabilitation. Jointly with Winnipeg, we want to build a large hockey space for sledge and a sledge arena for guys without who lost their legs. Now, mental health center, rehabilitation without psychological support brings zero result. We have very powerful mental health center opened in every hospital, and currently we are creating another, taking up 1,000 square meters space, because we understand that we need to scale. Another important topic is people who experience tortures. Jointly with Philandria, we are renovating this building, and we are going to open and launch here a center for people who survived tortures. Veteran hubs, currently we have 2, we're going to have 6 by the end of the year. Here we need to focus on veteran families, as Maxim mentioned. Families, dear friends, I want to highlight that it's too late for us to wait until they address and come to us. We need to go to them because they are stressed out, they close up, nobody understands what happens in their heads, and we need to change our attitude drastically. We started constructing housing for wounded. 700 people will be living in this center on the picture, that jointly to the cooperation with the EU and the Reintegration Ministry. Another rehabilitation center in progress jointly with Taiwan. We're going to have another 300 square meters for rehabilitation. This is in Brzechowice Rehabilitation Center with the Red Cross Japan. This one is going to have a pool, and this is under a design. 5,000 square meters. The surgeon focus section, we involved different countries and different cities. That's been 2 years as a center for pregnant internally displaced women, a separate space for kids, for adults, rehabilitation center. We're going to use a grant to build a tram to connect with that part of the rehabilitation facilities. We have to be proactive, not reactive. We had experience when we had a brainstorming session with our British colleagues when we were predicting the future. Sometimes we weren't happy with this prognosis, but it helped us to be a step ahead of everybody else. And this is the network in Broken City. The Manchester and Liverpool mayors suggested uniting, so we're currently uniting, and Transport and Duisburg are going to be the next cities in the network. So it's very important to work day to day without expecting somebody to provide you with a team or with the resources, because we, as those who serve, we are responsible in front of the people and in front of God. God gave us strength. We need to dedicate ourselves without fearing the burnout. If you are working for the good, you won't burn out. I love all of you. You are beautiful. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Andrei. You can share your capacities to involve so many investors, implement such grand projects. And before I pass on the floor to Iryna Vereshchuk, I'd like to express my gratitude for supporting the Halych region, and everybody knows that this is a center who works with people with amputations for prosthesis. Lots of people want to get there, and director honestly tries to include everybody willing, and owing to Iryna, we initiated the additional funding to construct additional building, and Iryna controls this process. I hope it will be implemented soon, because that's a very powerful support for our wounded ones, this Halyna Center. So, based on everything that was mentioned, and coming back to Tatiana's story and this path from mobilization to serving to being wounded and reintegrating into community, how could this be coordinated? What are the solutions? How do you see this as a single family support system? Thank you. My very first emotional reflection. From all of my colleagues, everybody who's speaking, and Maxim and Andrei, I'm so happy that we have the Lviv region. I want everybody to give a round of applause for all of you guys. People, you did great. Historically, it happened so that the Lviv region, as the borderline territories aligning, bordering with EU, has experience of cooperating with international organizations. And they've been cooperating like that for years. And I believe that communities, including Lviv communities, this is the reason why they managed to catch up so quickly, find the communication channels and take it on themselves to this function of what should have been the function of the state. So I'd like to express my gratitude to Maxim that even his criticism for the state, because that was criticism, is very constructive and very correct. And I agree with every word. We really need the state policy for everybody to understand, and for people to understand. That's the most important, because we on our own, we can communicate and get the visibility, but for the people to understand what is the route that we've taken, what are the types of the policies. Yes, of course, some elements are joined, but the social and veteran affairs still have some distinctions. And also I'd like to express my gratitude to Andrei, who says, do not expect anything. Take it up on yourself. You are responsible. Work, and everything that we build and construct will be ours, because this is our land, our Ukraine, and our people. So everybody is right. Thank you so much, and thank you to the moderator and to Halyna, because the coordination centers are scaled across all of the Ukraine. They have the weekly meetings, protocols, guidelines, control, everything that ensures effectiveness, because without control, effectiveness will be zero. Only based on initiative, as Maxim mentioned, and everything that happened owing to the Lviv region. Everybody had their own task. Ministry for social work, Ministry for Reintegration had our own tasks, and I decided not to create and come up with a wheel, and we borrowed the experience from the Lviv region, and now we have this structure. We lack communication, I think. We are very open, very honest, cardio and heart-centered people, I'd say. We love, we feel, sometimes we feel too much, and we are very emotional. But when you talk about this level of authorities and community and authorities and people communication is lacking because of course, we need to invest into that. It's scary that you can hear criticism or negative feedback, but you need to get the feedback. And the 2 years of this tragedy showed up that either we will become open, start communicating, and trust each other to communities, to different levels of authorities, and those who have taken up responsibility on themselves, or we will also involve international organizations, not only asking them for money and then saying don't get involved, but to involve them into the decision making, not just asking for money, and give them the possibility to impact the decisions, to shape the decision and solutions jointly, and then jointly look for donors, saying this is our joint vision, this is how the policy will look like, and then only it will work. I'm very grateful to international and local organizations because I know that we have all our near and dear international organizations and the UNO, and please trust that everybody who's here, they work, they save, they help, they know the details not less, and they are not less knowledgeable. The UNHCR that know the details, and they can sometimes do things better because they have things that some of our international partners lack. This is the very personal motivation aimed at our survival and next at our victory. That was my personal emotion and emotional response. So once again, I'd like to express my gratitude. I'm so happy and morally satisfied that I'm here. We could discuss these things openly.
Talking about our policy about the mental health and about our TCR and social support. As for the medicines, for example, we have the Ministry of Health, and we also felt the Ministry of Defense. We have our internal security services with their own system. War has shown the following, that a separate system cannot cope with that. Our wounded sometimes are accepted in the civil hospital. We understand what should be interaction, and here where the problems with communication appeared. We didn't have these roadmaps, the algorithms, and right now, and I think that the destiny of people, that is how it's important not to waste your time, but to take decisions. I knew that the Ministry of Health really want to jump before the gun, but the strategy of psychological health, of mental health, will be developed and approved only this year. We need to have something that will be proved, not in theory, but in practice, by our experience that we gained. When we are talking about what do we have to do so that we can enhance this, the Ministry of Health decided that there will be 100 hospitals where the wounded soldiers will be received. They are going to receive additional funding. This will be such reference hospitals. I know that there are a lot of claims that there's something wrong with the diet, that there is no social support. Yes, we didn't have the structure set up. So therefore, this pilot model will be launched there on whether there is certain resolution by the minister so that the deputy chief doctor will be responsible for the military servicemen, because sometimes the activities of the coordinators fails, and therefore the veteran organizations got involved, the families got involved. So there will be people who are responsible for the work with the family members. There will be social worker, the number of whom will be decreased. Of course, there are different coordinators right now. 100 Dutch reference hospitals will have to test such a model. But I hope that Mr. Leshko understands the level of responsibilities on his shoulders. As for the psychosocial component, here it's important to understand that we have the First Lady leadership, we have the mental health program, How Are You? It worked out. People didn't put so much credit at the beginning in it, but people understood the mental support and psychosocial support as something of secondary importance. It wasn't the level of ministries, because we were thinking that at first we have to give some money, food, shelter, and then mental health in the long run. But it's not so. Right now we have the clear understanding on whether we have to do it simultaneously, we are gonna help people, or we're gonna lose a lot of people who are of working age, of our women who escaped the war. Unfortunately, they broke down because of lacking of such psychosocial support, and let alone our veterans, let alone the PTSD and all other things that is awaiting. And today we heard the video by the wife of a military man that every person needs mental health support, psychosocial support. So this system right now is just unfolding. I have mentioned the strategy, but we lack good psychologists, we lack the training system and retraining system. It's not enough, to call yourself a psychologist because you have diploma. You just have to have good expertise. You have to understand what are you dealing with, not to do harm. And right now we really rely on Lviv region as a pilot region with such an expertise here in Lviv. So you have to provide this framework for us, and then we will level it up to the Kyiv level, and I promise, to implement what is necessary from the government. We have the mental health center at the Cabinet of Ministers. It's a great coordinational forum. Here we have the expertise, yours expertise. Thank you very much. Really appreciate our spiritual supervisors. I communicate with priests. I know their demand. I know the need for them to become psychologists and to help people. But again, we have to train people. So it's important to accentuate that we need your help, and we're going to pray for your health, and you pray for ours. Thank you. So now my closing part is the Territorial Centers for Recruitment and Social Support. We know what this abbreviation, TCR, what does it stand for, but not the SS, like social support. Our main task at the coordinational centers level to provide this as the function of a social backup. Don't wait for the defense ministry to do that. Don't wait this for the armed forces. Yes, the territorial centers for recruitment and social support. Mr. Syrsky right now has become the commander-in-chief. He was in charge of the land forces, but basically they are separately not going to implement big changes. It's not just they are not willing to, it's just the essence of army. It's a structural thing. Again, they are well respected for everything they have done, but they are pretty vulnerable in terms of social support, because the main task of army is to fight, to renew reserves, to have the mobilizational resources. Our task is to help them by the social component that is developed right now. We know it. We know how to do it. We know how to help them do it. They are going to make it, I'm sure, but they need our support. And here, where the social policy, veteran ministry comes into play, I don't see any resistance. There are no signals that showing that we do not understand anything. All of us understand everything. On the level of Ministry of Social Support, there are task forces at defense ministries. There is the team understanding what it involves, what does it take. But we really don't have time for experiments, time for mistakes. We don't have that. And you're absolutely right saying that the Ministry of Veterans, or some other people mentioned that people who turned, who have requests for mental support, we have 900,000, and we understand that next year this number will be increased even more. We have energy, we have motivation, we lack time, we have understanding, so we are going on. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you very much, dear friends. I know that we are a bit over schedule, but it was worth it. I would like to mention that everything that we were talking about, of course, it presupposes sheer communication. I just want to show one more video. Could you please? Yes, I will finish and you will show your video. It's vital to understand this sincere communication. It's pretty complicated sometimes. It's complicated and difficult for the authorities, and then the civil society keeps this up and do this sheer and honest communication. So the capability of our state, military capability of our state, really depends on how we take care of families of our servicemen. It's one combat unit, a military man and his family. Thank you very much for this conversation. I'm sure that it will be implemented in all the levels in our country. Mr. Andrei, here the show time for your video. What is courage? Courage is to have a look in the mirror. What is strength? Strength is to find the point of support. What is victory? Victory is to feel the wind. What is freedom? Freedom is to fly underwater. This is their new start, new beginning, the new story. Right now I have the red belt in karate. I continue my dancing classes. I started running again. I'm a father now. New life. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the panel participants. And right now we're going to have the briefing. I invite our media representatives for the briefing, and we continue without delay. So today, during our first panel, we were talking about the key priorities, about certain directions, about our education, about the protection. We were talking about strategy in each direction. Last year, we have adopted the complex program on the psychosocial support and mental health, and this program has three main components. I would say three pillars. And we actually started pretty actively without any program, without any additional instructions. We started to work. Education, the first pillar. Our teachers form the environment where our kids come who actually met their fathers after 2 years of war. Sometimes it's a pretty different person. They remember absolutely different father. Our teacher has to know and understand how to work with this kid, not to cause harm, because this influences both on communication, on self-esteem, and generally on the level of the academic efficiency in school. Therefore, I'm very thankful to teachers, not only of the regional level, but to all the teachers, because your environment, that was the environment accepting the IDPs, and right now it is a center for the support for family members. Starting from July 2022, we have actually started the training, and I am thankful to our partners for implementing the trainings for teachers so to understand what is going on with them, because their mental health is very important, and then they can continue supporting others. Last year, along with the partners, we started long-term trainings, which is called Self-Care Plus. The first mental health trainings. These are the trainings of higher professional level, providing bigger competencies. And also there's another program for psychologist practitioner. We're going to have Olha up after our panel. She will be the moderator. And we had a lot of challenges in this regard. Psychologist practitioners, this was just additional hours of workload. And when last year we had meetings while designing our program, we faced different situations, and we noticed that we have a really small percentage of psychologists, practitioners working on full time. It doesn't mean that they should have some additional load. No, I mean full-time psychologist practitioners. So that's therefore, trainings for our psychologists is our top priority. Healthcare pillar. Healthcare area and environment, of course, there are lots of tasks there. Our doctors face multiple challenges, but the key things we accentuate is creation of the mental health centers, because over a long period of time there has been a centralized system. And if we talk about regional level, it was pretty much easy. If something wrong with a person, there was one establishment that actually took care of such a person. Basically we had two. Our task right now is so that people within the communities could understand that within some achievable district there is a person who they can turn to. Of course, we train our doctors. It is about strategies of rehabilitation services and also some of the difficult directions. Again, that's the support of those addicted ones. This
topic is frequently avoided, but even from the last year, we noticed the increase in requests, and that's not only about men, that's about women as well. And we kept silent, but we're going to see the stories and cases moderated by Orostsuvalu. The cases of experts were on the local level, communities, our partners, started creating this support system. So social protection, yes, the services changed, and the burden on the social workers has increased. In 2022 and 2023, we are focusing on IDPs, and we still focus on IDPs, so we even deepened our work here, and we still meet people who come to Lviv region for the first time, and the evacuation trains bring them here. But we now are very familiar with the process. It's 250 or 200, so it will somehow be managed. I'm very grateful that communities still find enough time. Yes, these are seniors. Yes, these are people with disabilities. Yes, we need to do this on the systemic level, because we cannot refer these people to the seniors care centers only. We need to understand that this part and share of community will grow, and these people do not and can't be referred to the psychological and psychiatrist institution, for example, only. They need to have programs to help them adapt, to teach them how to self-care and use the daily appliances. That's about not only coordination but also creating things. So if the services do not understand what to do and what's next, that's our joint task. The next, please. Our goal of our team, of our coordination center, is to analyze the created centers, whether they were created as public or by the communities, whether these are experts providing services, so that we could share this information and not just refer everybody to the same central city or regional center to provide care and to analyze where the you can actually look at the map. There are more than 350 psychological assistance centers on the map. Our goal is to share this information so that more people can find the phone number fast and our managers can use the information. Next. The next one, please. When we started creating the coordination center, of course, we were mostly talking about the system for IDPs, and now managers need to provide answers for the servicemen families, legal support, veterans center, and that's called complex services. We're going to discuss more about this after 2 p.m. Here in this very room, we're going to talk about the legal things, and on this slide you can see all of the participants from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can see that we have lots of people engaged, and at the end we are going to have a resolution of the solutions to challenges. Next room is going to be a floor up. That will be whole in the lobby, moderated by Mariana. This is education and family, and speakers sharing the approaches in this block. And in the third block, that's the room on the left, floor up, moderated by Suvalo Orest. And we are going to discuss about the centers and teams who already do that. We didn't mention our regional hospitals here, of course, because they provide this service. And we are looking for the teams and areas focusing on these directions. And now we move on to the next panel. I invite Oля Tsap, director of the Fast Zakhidny TV radio company, and Lukashov Sergeyevich. I also invite Taras Dubko, rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University, and Lukashov Sergey, as previously mentioned, national director of the ICCO SOS Children's Village, and also I invite Bogdan, who is the bishop supporter. Oh, do we have Andrei Vitrenko here? Yes, we do, right? I'm going to have presentation. Well, let's maybe skip the slides. I'm happy to welcome everybody present in this room. I'm very happy and honored to moderate today's discussion around the family and the war challenges and war impact and the family impact in the society. I believe that family is the most important center, the crux for an individual. That's their foundation of force and strength. And war changed our families, sometimes destroyed our families, changed our mental state and conditions. There are too many challenges in daily life and every day. In our First Zakhidny TV channel, we discuss this. There are so many requests. We have lots of stories about vulnerable individuals, and as a journalist, I'm actually scared about how, as a state, we can manage so many challenges currently facing us. But first and foremost, I'd like us to focus on the most vulnerable group. These are children, and I'd like us to remember and highlight and focus on children today. When I think about children, there are two associations, care and safety, and I understand that care and safety, the adults are responsible for ensuring care and safety for children. How to ensure so that educational environment is safe for children especially if child faces so many challenges at home when mother or father serves, or when they are waiting for a captive or missing a parent. And we're talking about the IDPs and veterans. But my first question to the Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine, to Andriy Vitrenko, I had a look at your slides previously. So, what changes we're going to have in the curriculum so that we can strengthen and maintain mental health for school kids, for students? Thank you for inviting me here. I'm happy to stay in such a highly respected community. Thank you to Iryna Vereshchuk, to the first lady, and to all others who drive this enormous strain of mental health. And it's also priority for our ministry. We have two components of this project. The first one being the transformation of education as such, and the second, strengthening the psychological services. When it comes to the changes in educational system, we'll start with the preschool and up to the higher education institutions, because we can see that the current challenges that educational system faces are enormous. Lots of children are stressed and experience stress disorders. Lots of families are troubled, even including the avoided topic of addictions. So the transformation is required, and we'll start with the preschool and the primary school. We are going to implement a course. It was already licensed for us. This is the well-being course. It's being currently translated. It was approbated and confirmed. Thank you to the Ukrainian Catholic University for that, because we cooperate with them in this area. And January 26th, it was not January. We're still going to have February 26th, an important event in the Ukrainian Catholic University, and all of the rectors of the higher education institutions are invited. It's very important to care for the students' mental health, and this problem of mental health needs to be important for the decision makers within education, because they need to help us implement and to be effective here. And for this well-being course that I mentioned, during the pre-approbation, we had really great positive feedback from both parents and teachers. This course has proven to be very important and efficient for ensuring mental health of a preschool kids. As a mother myself, I'm very happy that we started paying more attention to the mental health of our children, because sometimes parents need psychological help more. This is like during the flight, first ensure your own safety, then help to your close ones. I had a look at the stats. 50% of parents indicate that behavioral changes in their kids. So probably we're facing a different problem. How can we prepare experts, psychologists, and social workers to provide high-quality service and psychological mental support to preschoolers, to primary schools, to students? I know that in Lviv, 80% of schools in the region have psychologists. Only a part of those work full-time. Majority work for just 25% of the time, and we lack 700 of such experts? How can we help communities? Because that's their very personal problem. And where can we find the funding? How can we prepare the expert? Because they need to be motivated to help children. That's an enormous problem. You are right. We are currently discussing with the Ministry for Finance, trying to get them increase the budget share for the practical psychologists. When we're talking about the cross-Ukraine, we have about 12,000 practical psychologists. That's not enough. We're going to introduce changes into the legislation on the max amount of children that such a practical psychologist can help with, so that we can increase the number of practical psychologist positions at schools, so we can employ more and they can help more children. And here we have also Oksana, who works in ensuring a safe environment and educational environment. She'll also be on the panel. And when we talk about changing and transformation, we're going to implement this positive experience across Ukraine. Thank you. The next question about the higher education institutions. Are they going to change curriculum for those institutions who train psychologists and how they should work at what? The most important thing, what we didn't want this mental health support to be an administrative burden or to be just a strict requirement. So we tried to follow the experience of the barrier-free environment. First of all, implemented into the accreditation criteria the care for mental health of teachers and students. This is a very important, though the first step only. We do not want to pressure people into developing this system. It has to evolve freely, transparently, and in a high-quality manner. But the next step, and you're right here, is changing the approach and the crux of the curriculums. They should be evidence-based. Because psychology is very important for mental health. And the first principle here is to not harm. So using and implementing the leading world's best practices. So it should be the evidence-based psychologist at the basis of every curriculum. Because currently the psychologist and actually the profession of psychology opens enormous opportunities for young people who train to be a psychologist. Andrei, I'd like to share that we frequently have requests for improving the educational process. So how can we ensure that children are motivated to learn? Because quality manuals, then for example, even small kids now experience health problems related to school. They have bad back, problems with spine. So it's maybe not only the war, because even during COVID, we started changing the system. But maybe COVID prepared us to this distance learning, but worsened the emotional state of our children. But we want our children to be healthy, both physically and mentally, because we as parents work for 8 hours a day, and a child goes to school at 8:30 a.m. Then up till 9 p.m. they need to stay at school and then do their home assignment. That's too much time. They do not have time for rest. And maybe that's not a question, I'm not sure. Maybe that's just, well, something to consider, right? I think we don't have enough time. Children are growing up, and this generation facing the war challenge is having it hard. And we as parents, as community, as state, if we can't help them, I do not know what kind of future we're going to have. This pains me a lot because I believe that we could maybe decrease the curriculum items maybe, or the number of hours. I want our kids to be educated, but I want them to be healthy as well. Well, we know that in 2027 we're going to start with a 12th grade school. That's according to the Ukrainian law. I believe that this 12th grade system is a strong marker of integration into the EU system. And this is going to unburden the child as well. And we're currently reforming Ukrainian school a lot. We're changing the approaches to teaching. We are upgrading and improving the manuals and are refocusing the training to the practical aspects. So lots of things are in progress, but there is still room for improvement always. And the quality of education is very important for us. It pains us a lot as well. And we have experience, actually, communicating with our colleagues from Europe. They told us that we do not know what it is that you do in education, but your children show amazing results compared to Europe. So we're not ashamed of those results. And we're not ashamed because we have so many highly motivated and very quality educators who have proven that Ukrainian education was and existed and will exist in, as a quality education. Ukraine is the only country that during the active combat actions didn't stop the education process. I'm very grateful to all of our teachers, to everybody who helped ensure that. And thank you for sharing the remarks. I'm sure that we're going to develop the physical education as well.
The Veteran Fund of the Ministry of Veterans, we had this survey on the needs of the requests of veterans, and one of the results is that our veterans have stated that there is pretty deficit of the retraining possibilities. So the Cabinet of Ministry had the pilot experiment project for those veterans who would like to be re-educated. What are the results of these projects, and how the activities of such project can be stable? Of course, there's great possibilities and chance. And right now, the new projects we are implementing connected with veteran development. And last week, we had the resolution from the Cabinet of Ministry about the experimental project of the integration of veterans through the process of education, actually our adaptation to their needs. What I think is, within the reality we operate, this should be one of the first priorities of the development of Ukrainian society, and we understand what is the level of it. And these programs, they can be concerned both veterans and IDPs, right, for sure. Our next speaker, we have Serhiy Lukashov. Mr. Serhiy, recently I have heard your interview and you were talking about the emotional well-being in families. Could you please tell us how to renew this emotional well-being? What do you implicate within the content of this concept? Thank you very much for this very important question. I'm very happy that I have a floor after the deputy minister, because I represent the infrastructure area, which actually enhance and boosts the civil sector. I represent a charitable organization, Children's Town, and Ukrainian coalition that is called Ukrainian Network for Children's Right. And in the center of our attention, there is family environment, how to strengthen that, with regard to the children. And of course, it's not something out of the blue. It is not something we take for granted that we have for life. This is what we have at risk, and many societies during the war. There was a big number of those children's institutionalized in the collective institutions. This is the fate that we are trying to avoid. Of course, that's all through the efforts of the state and the non-state organization. Of course, international support is essential, but again, we also need the endeavor of our committed local specialists and qualified ones. Our organization was ready for the war because we were working at the engagement line in Luhansk region through the social centers in Stanitsa Luhansk, in Severodonetsk, and also by means of mobile task force who were moving around this engagement line. We know what it is about the pain of a children who is traumatized, and what is the pain of parents, how they are excluded from society due to the trauma that they undergo. And whenever there was a wave of IDPs who were traumatized by war, our first reaction was to create this mobile task force who started to reach out and help communities who were welcoming IDPs. Of course, they helped IDPs and also they helped communities. What do we suggest? In order to intensify a community, we need to train the specialists. So we provide such trainings regularly. And over the past year, we actually we trained almost 1,000 specialists from schools, from centers of administrative services and other centers, both public. So we actually try to teach them these self-control skills to support for their kids, how to solve basic difficulties, psycho-emotional difficulties. Also, we try to organize the children's spaces in communities. We had certain premises. We try to give comfort to that. Children can play, can develop there, along with their parents. People sometimes think, like, what is all about such a room? But it is a space where kids who have this opportunity to go, then they also go there with their moms. And also on the basis of such spaces, it is pretty comfortable to make and organize different events with our specialists involved. And it's necessary to make this simple, sometimes unnoticed work on integration of IDPs and also to reinforce family. Besides, after such a massive, vast work, we identify and we kind of diagnose the families, the parents who really are vulnerable, who are in difficult conditions. These are families of the deceased heroes. These are children who were victims of violence or traumas when they were in the combat zone. So basically we implement individual approach. It's the deep psychotherapy as based on our social centers, the stable ones that operating in Lviv and in 12 cities of Ukraine. And here what we notice is that, I think that all the specialists notice, and we really need to think of it, that there is certain isolation, inclusion, separation of families, of veterans and of families of the deceased soldiers from the community. Maybe it is kind of label, maybe stigma, but it's about the children who is going through psychological difficulties because they lost the father. And we learn about it not from the wives, no, we learn about it from the teachers. So we are thankful to teachers. It is important to actively look for and help, to suggest, to make them get out of this shell of grief. So what are the main tasks in this context before our specialists who provide psychological support? Is their initiative to find this? Yes. Psychoeducation, this is what is important, to give these general skills and, to get rid of the stigmatization, like you have to cope with yourself. No, we have to have this general psychoeducation. It helps a lot. It includes the support from the neighbors within the parents board, parents group. They can understand how to help each other. So that's a kind of general psychoeducation. We have to learn how to diagnose whenever psychoeducation is lacking, and of course to find out the need for intervention and support. In our psychosocial centers, we have qualified psychologists. Sometimes we redirect our patients. Of course, we cooperate with teachers, psychologists. We have a good coordination within our community. Yes, we work, and within the community, there's always psychologists and the class supervisor teacher. For majority of families, they not need that, but there are families who are in need for such services. They need this attention, and they need to get out from this inclusion, from this reserved status and condition. You have mentioned then there is a changed conscientious condition for children when we talk about those kids that were deported to Russia and right now they have been repatriated. What are the main challenges for such categories of children? Indeed, one of the most important directions of work, that's again providing help to those children who were repatriated from occupied territories and those who were deported to Russia. It was easier to do during the first years of year. Right now we feel this isolation growing, so we have to continue doing this. The whole Ukrainian network is actively involved in this. So basically we managed to return around 100 kids. Again, we keep an eye on such kids. Kids who have been through occupation, through traumatic evacuation. And there's another component added, what we call brainwashing, right? Kids after several months staying in camps or like re-educative camps or in foster families of the enemies, they have this fear, like they think that Ukraine is something not familiar for them, it's something strange, it's the enemy. But basically it took just a couple of months for their brain to be washed. Basically, propaganda has pretty good influence. And we really have to show this friendly contact. We have to show them that they are at home, that they can relax, that they can be happy. And of course here psychologist is needed, the teacher involved, and the community support as well. And again, we talk about social support. Of course, that is vital. I also would like to add that sometimes kids will be returned to nowhere. Sometimes families just are separated. Sometimes they are separated by occupation. Sometimes their parents died. So what we need right now is to think about families, not just about biological family, right? We have to build up build network of professional foster families. We help our families to recruit new specialists who will help kids to go through this process if they have nowhere to come back. But they have to feel this family warmth, comfort, and individual attention. Of course, a boarding school, it's the sphere where they can be institutionalized. Of course, we just have to keep this strike here in our generation. We have to give them this emotional comfort, and that is what comes from families. So these foster families have to create how to help the biological families, if they cannot cope with that, to give the children what they need. And this pretty big task of ours within the European model of development. How much time does it take for kids, to rehabilitate? Yes, when it is families is another thing, but it's difficult to say. It requires like 2 months of work. It doesn't happen overnight. No. People are formed by environment the person is in. So we have to create this environment, and then we have to let the person live within this environment. Thank you very much. Right now I invite the rector of the Ukrainian Catholic University. We have Mr. Taras Dobko. I have reviewed your program. That's the program of the comfort, the care of the mental health of the Ukrainian Catholic University employees. What do you mean by this well-being, holistic well-being, and what will be included in the programs declared? Thank you very much for this question. I think I will start with what you have mentioned at the beginning. There is paramount challenges, and we actually heard from the first panel discussion that it is necessary to have state policy that could react on these challenges. It requires state services, state agencies, but again, we have heard also from our colleagues, something that mentioned by Ms. Terser. Of course, there is civil society apart from state. There is educational system. There are lots of organizations who are not waiting. They do not need to wait. They are eager to react. They don't want they want to be accountable for their actions within such realities, and they think about how to mitigate this destructive influence of war, for people to receive strength, how to increase their stamina, their resilience, how to prepare them for the future reconstruction of our country. The same question actually we are asking at our university, and the main thing we are talking about is that how we can create environment which will be the backing up environment. We have to stay intercoordinated in this respect. We don't have to turn to specialists every other time. Of course, it is necessary, but still. And doubtless, that there are a lot of obvious things which are, or maybe this is motivation system of the employees, or maybe the system of different support of the engagement strategy, so that people do not feel just to be employees or just passengers, in this system. No, all of us have to be accountable on our part. And of course, important to have the communication, the system of receiving feedback and reacting on feedback. We don't have to invent something. We have to have incorporate culture. And within the work conditions, there are also issues connected and voiced here. These are the needs of family support. At our university, we have 52% of family employees. Also, there is a need to support veterans and their families, and without doubt, there is a need to create a care system model on mental health of the employees and students as well. Therefore, right now, I would like to talk more about our employees, because students, yes, they pretty big share, yes, of group of people, but it's another story. I would like to say that it's not just about university environment, but also in other establishments as well. There is we have this condition of brain drain, and it's important how to retain the key employees that are really valuable for the organization or institution.
And around all of these different questions, at the university we are trying to build up an ecosystem. We understand that it's complex. When we're talking about the model of care, the care model for mental health of our employees, we see this as a multi-component system of course, it's founded on three key principles or needs. The first one is the mental health care. The second, prevention of issues, and the third is identification and intervention. And we believe that within this ecosystem, there should be solutions for all of the three areas, and every institution should have a center for mental health and trauma therapy, for example. We call it the hope space. It's very important at work conditions for people's resilience and health, for them to feel hope, not to feel stagnation, but to feel progress and advancement. Of course, it should be caused in different way, but definitely it won't appear on its own without care for people's well-being. Well-being is being well, and people, when they work at their workplace, they should have dignity and well-being care. There are different tools that this hope space is responsible for, but it's mostly about the intervention. Honestly, the war caused lots of crisis situation, both among students and among employees. Some people have suicidal thoughts, and it's important to know how to work with them. That's not easy, but the community union and unification is important. We invest a lot into that. It doesn't develop on its own. Of course, you need to have some integration, events, joint culture, goals, and values, and people sharing our mission of our university. We've also started to work a lot, and we can't say that everything's completed in this area, but within this system for mental health care system, there should be also care for teachers. They face and work with students every day, and they also need some basic psychoeducation, some basic knowledge, regardless of whether you teach something about the programming or something else. So we have a popular program, Psychology for Everyday Life. It could be the Patriarchy Commission in the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church provides basic psychoeducation for 3,000 of priests, because they also work with people on daily basis, and they need to be able to self-diagnose whether they need any help on themselves, or whether they need to also identify when they need to refer somebody for further intervention. And there's some stigma have also still available in society, also has to be overcome. So regardless of what you are teaching or what you are learning, there should be some basic psychological and self-care knowledge. And another important component is enlightening and awareness. We are trying to not only keep knowledge within our system, but to share it across and beyond our institution. It was already mentioned that in February we are going to share our achievements. We're going to listen to other people's experience to try and jointly improve things. A couple of words about veterans and their families. We only started work in that direction, and within the university environment at the moment we have 14 people who are in the armed forces of Ukraine. 3 came back. 2 of them are currently our employees, and slowly and gradually we're working out this system with lots of components. The coordination, first and foremost, the Veterans Affairs Office for veterans and their families. And before creating this office, we consulted with Western American and so US and Croatian universities. They were of most help. the experience in this respect. And in the beginning, we focused on our internal community. How can we accept and welcome veterans? We created an online course. It's called Veteran in the Ukrainian Catholic University Community. And our platform, Ukrainian Catholic University Online, we created a course about the body, the mind, and society. That's the second course is for veterans. The first one is for employees, the second is for veterans. We also started the retraining programs in English, 27 veterans. The course on data science was completed, 27 veterans completed the course. And in a couple of months, we're going to have a very small medical clinic that's going to be responsible for physical and psychological rehabilitation on the campus, and it will support the veterans after the acute rehabilitation phase, after the operations, after the prosthetic help, but that rehabilitation is an ongoing process. So this could be people from outside the university, yes, of course. So this is a model for medical clinics that we are working on. We also have the so-called legal clinics. We're trying to use our own university resources to meet the challenges. We have the Institute for Mental Health, which coordinates the mental health center, but we also have legal department, and I have this legal body institution where these bachelor students and master students, guided by the teachers, provide pro bono services to veterans as well. We have a project of cooperating with the Superhumans Center, and lots of efforts are required to help veterans pass all of the legal catches. So the Ukrainian Catholic University focuses on Christian values. My question is, do you have projects where students are involved into cooperation and working with vulnerable groups, social responsibility for those who need help? You already mentioned about the legal assistance. Yes, that's already involvement on the behalf of the student, but maybe the vulnerable groups, right? Yes, lots of projects like that. I already mentioned that the students are involved in the legal assistance provision, working with veterans and their families, but on the whole, university practices an educational or pedagogy system that the society-focused education. So from the origins, we focused a lot on serving as a volunteer and social responsibility, because we believe that a person should not only be focused on personal gains, but on the community and society gains and what's good for all of the society. We understand that in the basis of our fight against Russia is human dignity. Russia is an aggressor against human dignity. And what we saw that volunteers and volunteering is a category where students could take up on themselves different projects not directly related to their training program. So we saw that we need the next step to implement the project-focused education, focused on those socially responsible and socially important projects. And this is implemented by psychologists and social workers. From the beginning, we already had a mouth community. That's a institution for people with special needs and supporting them. It was initiated by Vereshchuk, and it might seem strange at the first glance. There are people with special needs with mental disabilities, and they are supported and at the core of a university that's focused on education, and they cannot become our students, but we call them our teachers and professors for human relations, because they are very open and they can share this openness. They ask very direct questions like, do you love me? And this question to students is one of the most important, and our students should remember this their whole life. We also worked with IDPs. There is a large project that one of the next panels in the afternoon is going to talk about. This is the Center for Children's Dignity, to work with healthcare institutions, churches, schools, and preschools to create safe and welcoming environment for kids and prevent any violence. Children are very vulnerable during the war process, and this center done amazing and things within these years. Thank you. When I was asking the last question, I was really hoping about that example, about those kids that your students communicate about. And Bordun Halyna, now we are moving on to church slowly, because I understand how important the role of church is to unify the society and create centers for cooperation and trust. So the reverend that I mentioned, what challenges to church do you see right now? You know, church also has the same challenges. Glory to Jesus Christ. My greetings. Sorry that it's the second thing that I said. So Ecclesiastes said, people who are patient and suffer show us ourselves in truth, because our true selves. Because sometimes we think that people with special needs or wounded need something from us, so we need to teach them something. No, they can teach us. We need them because they show us our true self. We can see how compassionate we are. God, and that's why they are our teachers. They teach us the compassion and mercy, because mercy is a solution to so many issues. And these people with their sufferings, with their pain and loss, they open up this pain point, and we can learn from them to not do harm as well. So this is our special mission, and we continue with it. I could share more details if needed. Maybe another question, whether you teach the priests how they can, and priesthood, how they can recognize where it's enough to just talk with people and where they need to refer people to specialized help. So starting from 2014, we created coordination council for support, and the directions for our service had 3 directions: formation, rehabilitation, and support. So we need to learn, use global experience, including even the experience of enemy. We do not neglect anything that could be useful. And we need to share this experience further on. So our commission department for the military chaplaincy, the Commission for the Schools and Education, and other commissions work on learning how to stay close to people in pain and how to transform all of these experiences and all of the sufferings into experience. There is a certified program for chaplaincy, and by implementing the military chaplaincy at a state level, the priesthood have their own trainings, and they keep developing in this area. And today, a certified program for all of the priests for fast mental health aid exists, and all of the priests of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church need to be trained on this. So all of the achievements of the Ukrainian Catholic University as well, this is very open for every other confessions and for other churches, for everybody. Because our society faces the challenge, and not only the psychological issues related to war, but there's also lack of education and training. For example, a child in the 3rd grade who are not literate, they do not know how to read and write, because they can't effectively study under conditions like this, and that's a challenge for us as well. And from our side, we need to serve these kids who are the future of our country. So rehabilitation is a very complex and very broad thing. By the international norms, 21 days for the neuropsychological, 14 rehabilitation. So we can help and support at the end point of this medical path. Our monks are our very special resource. We are already creating the counseling centers. For example, sometimes it's required to have a nun to help to a woman because they want to speak to a woman. But of course, priests do not substitute psychologists, but working together with psychologists, when there is such a combination of a priest, a spiritual mentor, and a psychologist, helps a person to strengthen their belief and themselves, because belief and faith is something when a person sees how God makes impossible become possible in their life. Even if the God will show that you can, and you will. Let's go further to the level of communities. A teacher and doctor and priests, the pastor, are the most important people in the community. So are you coordinating well with the schools? Well, of course, where there is a good pastor, a good priest, the communication is with everybody, and is always a good communication. So it depends on the qualities of the priest himself. And the priest teacher can be translated as people leading us by the hand. If a child wants to be led by the hand, they take up their mother's and father's hand. And the same relates to the teachers and priests, pastors. That's a tactical level, I'd say, of our work. And we are currently trying to address and create these centers of help to the families of heroes, even for saying goodbyes for those who gave their lives. I do not like the word sacrifice. That's the giving, a gift. So people who are waiting for their family members from the front line, they rethink their values. They need to be united based on this experience of waiting. And who is the one who needs to organize and help with that and help with this reconsideration? A priest. Priest is on his own, and the community might be large, but the priest always knows who are the social workers. So when there is a team with teachers, priests, psychologists who could come like an emergency service immediately, and in our organization and eparchy, for example, we have 2 psychotherapists. Sometimes we also ask others for help. We have a nun who's a rehabilitator. But that's at the level of socialization after the first immediate medical and psychological health. That's a circle. The smallest cell of a church, the smallest cell of anything is the family. And today, our most important and largest pain is the pain of the families, because the war divides families. The family are important, and the war divides.
And to understand that the organism, right, consists of the cells, and it's important for this cell to be healthy. If there is this healthy environment, the good kids, nice kids, are becoming the good citizens of the on earth and in heaven. Good citizen will be the person who will say yes to God. It means that it will be the good national defense specialist or in any other area. So this is what we try to bolster. Working with people, relocated people, those who lost their home, and they say, I understand why you have this kind of feeling here in Halyna, because you pray, because you are conscious about the values. So we are thankful to God for this. We are creating this support, this accompanying through formation and renovation. And we have a couple of moments. So to conclude, I have one question for each of you, but through the prism of your competences, you can answer in the way you see it. How would you what 3 steps would you define towards strengthening of mental health of kids, students? That will be our conclusion. I will reiterate that general psychoeducation, raising of self-awareness, the support from your neighbors, and sufficient number of professional specialists, those people who can intervene into the difficult, serious cases and again provide this professional support to those in need. Yes, I represent university and general educational component, so we have already mentioned that there is a need for the modern programs of the preparation of professionals. They have to be practical oriented. There should be practitioners involved in teaching, and there should be this social responsibility brought up so that the target audience could follow the role model of their teachers and professors, and they would like to serve and help people. The second part, I agree, the general psychoeducation is really important. We have to create an atmosphere of the mutual support that will help to get rid of some additional load on those who feel under burden. Also provision of the professional psychological services. And the third one is safe environment. And here, what I mean, not only the availability of shelters or Wi-Fi in a bomb shelter, but I'm talking about environment, a friendly environment to a kid, to a student, to an employee. First and foremost, I'd like to mention is the creation of small groups which can give this safety feeling. Of course, these groups have to be moderated. Renovation of church and renovation of society. And if we have such small communities, group with the leader, that's important, a cell. The second part is the leadership. It is about education, a permanent education in cooperation, mutual education, because church can give a lot, and we are ready, to learn from the others. And of course, I'm sorry, but we really need constant, continuing material support. I would like to quote Joseph Slipay, who actually organized a big meeting of bishops, and he said that I would like to organize Ukrainian Catholic University, and he received answer like, what are you talking about? What kind of university? We cannot organize a school, but let alone university. And he said, don't worry, we are gonna find monies. So everything is within the context of our faith. First of all, we have to set up the culture to take, because it's absolutely okay, to take care of your mental health, nothing to be shamed about. The second one is effective system that will incorporate all the system of education from primary to the tertiary education. And the third one is the world expertise being integrated, evidence-based system of providing support and help to students. And of course, not only to students, but also to teachers, because teachers also are trying to cope not only with their own problems, but the problems of their students. Thank you very much. I hope that everything that we have been discussing today will set the foundation of the solutions developed later on. And your ideas will help, to incorporate all this right mechanism. And most importantly, we talk about systemic work on different levels. I have a mission, to tell you that we have a lunch, again, it's about material, from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. And at 6 p.m., we're going to have a dinner in restaurant, Dniester restaurant. Thank you. So we are starting our blog. I'm coordinator of the family support of the families of militaries and also represent the coordination and staff. I would like to announce the way how we're going to work today. We have several participants representing organizations with their presentations. They will present in short how they can be beneficial for communities, for servicemen families, and for the servicemen. And we have one more mission. Every organization will indicate their case on several hardship or maybe hard cases which requires a state intervention, so that these cases can be worked out. We have Mr. Yaroslav today with us from the General Staff of Ukraine. He is ready to answer difficult questions that are encountered in our work, considering wounded servicemen, family of military. And so feel free to ask questions and receive answers. So I think that maybe at the beginning we will offer to ask questions that are concerning the mission of Mr. Yaroslav. Again, maybe you have some clear things you would like to clarify to the General Staff of Ukraine. No questions, lucky you. But I think that during our conversation, they will come up with some questions. I will kindly ask to show the first slide. We have only one slide, but it's pretty speaking one. And we tried to represent the essence of our mission here. So our Western Regional Center, this is the structural division of the coordinational staff on the rules of the POW treatment. Our main aim is to release our POWs. We have one small remark here. We didn't make it to change it. So this number is updated. We are talking about 3,135 POWs because yesterday we had 100 more released. Our overall aim is to release those who are in captivity, and also we support families of the POWs. And our strategies is about reaching out to people. We have such a task. We visit every community, and basically we cover 6 regions: Ivano-Frankivsk, Ternopil, Zakarpattia, Rivne, Volyn, and Lviv regions. Our previous visit was to Kozytskyi, that is community near the border with Belarus. We met with more than 100 families. So basically we are trying to find out what we can bring to this family. We sometimes ask about whether they need some wood for winter, or maybe they are in some difficult situation, be it DNA expertise or communication with the law enforcement agencies. Sometimes people don't have this possibility to communicate their problems, so we step in there and help them. So to conclude, we have the contact telephone number, please. Whenever you have the situations, your close ones or your friends need to have such assistance, please reach out. We are trying to help and be useful. So that was really in a nutshell about the Western Regional Center. If you have any questions on our work, please feel free. Yeah. Yes, we have one question. Без мікрофону перекладач не зможе перекладати. Ой. Interpreter cannot interpret without a microphone. In case the soldiers are deceased, is there any support provided by Western Regional Center to the families of those of the fallen soldiers? Yes, we support families. Of course, that's the matter of individual case on what are the hardship within the individual family, and within the range of our capacities, we can help. If there are certain examples, please reach out. And here we have our advocates, our lawyers, Yaroslav Zhukovsky, who can answer. But again, we have to understand the essence of the situation. Thank you. Please feel free to ask. You were saying about the legal services that we also provide. Can we, cooperate with you? Because sometimes we need to redirect those who are coming to us. Yes, of course. When it comes to the IDPs and refugees, I think I can give you the telephone number, and then we can keep in touch and understand how we can help each other. The telephone number is 096 277 3143. Please, let's talk over the possibilities to make the better support for the families of servicemen. If no other question on our work, I suggest that we can... Yes, we have one more question. Talking about exchange of POWs, but when it comes to the bodies, the corpse of the return of the bodies, yes, we also deal with that. We have our advisors here. If you need to make a request, please make it. Do you deal with those who are missed in action? Yes, we deal with the POWs and MIA. Maybe some more? If no questions, I suggest that we proceed. We have here Rostislav. Rostislav, did you manage to find our colleagues? I'm giving the floor to Maria Petrishin and the rehab team so that they can dwell upon their work. They are our partners. Hello. I would like you to open the presentation.
Thank you. So today I'm the director and the head of the first women veteran hub, rehab, and this is a very tight cooperation of a public and utilities organization. Now, why are we talking about like this? Because the rehab itself is the co-founder of a larger coalition of veteran spaces. We have here today Oksana Kolyada. You've heard about her remarks today. We have 26 organization. That's a very strong, powerful expertise organization of people united by a joint purpose, and we aim to unite, provide possibility to communicate, and introduce some things so we have possibility to impact the processes within the veteran spaces and build out the veteran policy. The next slide, please. And I will be really brief because we are dedicated to legal issues, so I'd like to share some information and then pass on the floor to our legal representative and advocate. These spaces have been operating since 2014. And we have really strong expertise and experience in the field of veterans affairs. We have a permanent, a really large veteran community that has shaped around us. It allows us to communicate, share experience, and introduce new veteran policies. The next slide, please. Here you can see some activities of the first women veteran space rehab. So our activities: legal consultations, medical, patriotic upbringing, support of families, individual and group therapies, psychological support with adults, with children. We also launched mobile groups to go to territorial communities within Lviv region. We also work on the basis of Vereshchuk Hospital, where we introduce the case manager policy and take care of not only veterans and servicemen, but their families as well. This is very important. And social adaptation and family support, of course, that's very important. So I won't focus on that because my question here can provide more details on how we work here. So I'll pass on the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So, could you please switch on the slide presentation? The majority of requests that we get as referred from servicemen and veterans, these are the wounded soldiers and the financial support related to that, as well as financial support for families of servicemen missing or in captivity. This is the largest share of all of the requests that we receive, hundreds of those. And I'd like to focus on just one case that's still in progress. A serviceman came to us. He was wounded in March 2023, really heavy wound, amputation, and secondary amputations, continuous treatment up until now. So the problem that he came to us, and it wasn't even he himself, because his psychological condition didn't allow for that. His aunt, who gave us a call just to get a consultation, and within this consultation, without having an agreement and contract on the legal support to the servicemen, I could just consult on what kind of documents they need to get and where to send the documents. So on her own, for 2 months, she was working on preparing all of the documents, sending the applications, getting signatures, up until the moment in May it happened. So up until August, we didn't have any results. Then the serviceman signed the agreement on providing legal assistance, and I managed to provide more help working on his behalf. By that time, the very first problem that we faced is to identify the military base where the application should have been sent. That's a detective story to identify where you need to send the documents. So we identified that military base and the rapid application with all of the documents, with everything that's needed, with the notary, and everything else was sent. So in a month and a half, no response. We give a call, they tell us, yes, we're going to provide some financial support, but, and then I sent a document, a complaint to the Ministry of Defense, and they had a month for consideration of this complaint document, also didn't receive the response. Then thankfully the hotline helped, and within 5 days they gave me a response and replied that they sent my complaint to the military base. I will receive the reply, and the information that I received was that the application was considered and the payments will happen. I gave them a couple of additional calls because the servicemen didn't receive they only started paying in September, and in September the payment was provided for the 4 months. Within the and for the treatment times. So the basis for payment is Article 1 for the decree of the Ministry of Ukraine from February 2022 that servicemen that were heavily wounded defending the motherland should receive additional payment of $100,000 when being treated. So they sent payment for 4 months and then sent a letter that there will be no more payments because they believe that it should be a different order of the Ministry for Defense of Ukraine, according by which the payments only happen for 4 months of treatment. So they referred to a different document with a different time frame. Unfortunately, the serviceman only notified me about this reply in January 2024. And here, in my belief, there is a very large gap that is being avoided and nobody talks about, even though a couple of draft laws were registered but started from June. No changes and amendments into the draft laws were implemented. So what's the gap? Unfortunately, we have Article 122 of the Administrative Code that says that people who are public servants can apply with a complaint within 1 month. And according to the court ruling of Ukraine, the servicemen also are under this category. So now the serviceman needs to go to the court to defend their right to receive payment for all of the treatment period and not just for the limited time period of 4 months. There is a ruling of the Supreme Court of Ukraine that says that payment terms could be identified by the code of work code, and that could be 3 months of a salary equivalence. But unfortunately, 3 months also passed as this 3-month period. So now we are working on additional documentation, providing the arguments why all of the terms for complaints and additional applications passed. It seems that everything is clear. Person is undergoing treatment and they should renew the payments, but the court will need to rule and the court can decide whether it's rightful or not. So I'd like to read out one of the court rulings where the court didn't find the arguments for renewing the payments. On missing the terms, the court identifies that it's impossible to send documents timely because from April to May 2022, they still managed to file a claim to the court of first ruling. So as related to the lack of communication means, because of being shelled, is not evidence based, and these are just the claims. So, dear colleagues, we now in Ukraine have judges that say that such consideration are just words and are not evidence-based. So I believe this needs to be changed. And just as an example, it's nothing new. As an example, I'd like to say that in the Civil Code of Ukraine, they have a term of the possible limitations for filing a claim of 3 years. So it's 3 years. Term has been paused, and for the military servicemen, they established 1 month. So considering this position of the Supreme Court, it's probably not just and fair. So please, anybody who can impact and help change the situation, please submit a draft law and indicate Article 122. The next slide, please. Or similar to the Civil Code into the concluding remarks. I'd like to point out that one of the draft laws includes similar changes, but starting from June 2023, even though the document has been sent for the committee consideration and nothing has happened, and there are lots of remarks and negative feedback on that draft law, because based on the opinion of the Committee on Legal Issues, introduces changes directly into the Article 122, and I believe it needs to be included into the concluding remarks. So, dear colleagues, this is a very immediate and urgent need, and we need these changes. Another important problem is lack of addresses. I don't have no suggestions here. Maybe it would make sense for the Ministry for Defense or the General Staff to identify the post offices for military bases, publish them. This could be just something like a PO box at a post office, but just for us, legal representatives and advocates, to be able to communicate with the military bases. Otherwise, it takes months. The last case that I had, thankfully, we managed to solve that. I had to find the address of the borderline service, and I couldn't just identify it and find it, and I really asked for the bodies that I found to refer my documents there, and what they told me, based on the advocate ethic, it was said that I don't have rights for doing something like that, and I can only do rightful things if I follow the law, and I'm limited in what instances I can and where I can send the documents. So they considered this as an overstep on my side when I sent to the higher organization asking them to refer and resend documents further. The next thing, Article 884, I'm sorry, of the decree of the Ministry of Ukraine, where the order of providing payments to the families of servicemen missing in action and captured provided another urgent request about this process. The families of missing servicemen come to me frequently about that, but I have a very urgent case from February the 2nd, when on January 31st, a released serviceman from Zaporizhia region couldn't use his credit card because it was blocked and locked because he owes alimony debts. And within the last 2 years, he was in captivity, prisoner of war. And within all of these 2 years, all of the payments that he should have received according to the Decree 168 from February 28, 2022. So all of the payments were sent to his two minor children of his ex-wives. So 120,000 hryvnias, 60,000 sent to one child address, 60,000 to the second child's card. He gets back all of his card and accounts are arrested. He doesn't have any money and for his livelihood. And the wife said, but the state provided me this help and you still owe me alimony debt. So this is what the wife said. And I am a member at the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, working on the commission in the affairs of missing in action servicemen, and we're supposed to work in updating, changing the legislation. In April 2023, I really suggested to change this, because when ex-wife receives 120,000 hryvnias, but the mother doesn't receive anything, for example, and for example, the prisoner of war gets back and he doesn't have any money at all because everything was paid to a different person. So we can introduce changes. There are lots of variants. We really need to find consensus here and to implement that. So I really wanted to highlight this problem as well. Thank you. Thank you.
And I think Yaroslav can voice your opinion about the payments of 120,000 hryvnias, which the prisoner of war doesn't receive, but his family receives. What do you think about it? What changes can be implemented so that the boys can be protected? Because sometimes, these funds cannot be used in the right manner. Thank you very much. So first of all, we assess that the payments were done according to the legal procedure. When we assess the moral prism of this component, how would you implement changes? Because every person, that's a unique cases, and you cannot foresee all of them in one resolution or one decree. Sometimes, yes, money go to the wife and even its ex-wife, but legally he's his wife, and mother doesn't receive. But who is to blame in this case? Whom we should appoint this money to? Everything is prescribed according to the law, and if there is certain room to amendments, we had to have public discussions, and of course there will be no consensus, because there can be some positive. The wife can be right, mother can be right. We cannot just say, unilaterally that we will implement changes to resolve this issue, but then we will give birth to a lot of other issues. We have to make a deep analysis. We have to learn this case. We have to understand how to react when it comes to the several cases. There are lots of cases like this. We have to understand it's a systemic problem, that systematic issue which needs to bring this to the public. Yes, we have to, but you're asking me as a military man. Yes, we make payments. It's our duty. But it's another thing how they are used over there. We do make the payments. Thank you for the remark. Of course, we do not want to hold you accountable for this. But again, just an issue and to bring to the table. Thank you. Oksana, I just have one small remark about payments to the POWs. I know that the soldiers will have a possibility to handwrite the will to how this money will be used. I mean, he will give his consent for those people who can manage these funds. Right now, we are currently discussing the possibility for the serviceman to write a personal instruction where he can appoint a person to pay this money to the account of the person this money will be paid. Yes, when such a resolution will be adopted, yes, then it will be effective and it will be up to the serviceman to decide who will deal with the money. If after that there will be certain claims and suits from the family members of this man, that will be another story. But still, right now, yes, we have it. We are working on that, and this mechanism can be used. And we will see how it will prove itself in practice. We will see the consequences, and then we will react. But right now, we just we are thinking about it. And I am inviting our lawyer, Mr. Yaroslav, because he has a court procedure after that. And we will start with the problem case of the support office, and Ulyana will tell about our activities. So please, some key problematic cases. I will be brief. About this case in question, the situation is as follows. According to the judicial practice, if we talk about the alimony, that's the duty of the serviceman. If we talk about the payments, and it's again the right of the children of the servicemen. There is no violation here. And actually no need for further legal actions to be taken. So the constitutional duty of a father to maintain his kids, that's the must. And again, narrowing of the pay, considering the monthly payment, of course, it doesn't go further. How to settle this? It's a moral component here. As for me, there is no legal element here. Yes, we accompanied one case of a serviceman against military base. It was Mr. Vereshchuk who came back from captivity, and this case will be solved as follows. A serviceman was back from captivity. He said, this court trial, we are closing this trial. We're not going further because it's not moral, to quarrel with his mom who received the payment instead of kids. But it's some case, particular one. I wanted a lot of things to say, but the first one is we are talking about the normative regulations of the service, military service. There is a very speaking moment here over 2 years of martial law here in Ukraine. In many legal acts, it is about missing in actions and those who are missing as equal things, but this is not how it should be. A person who is missing this status, it is defined by the court, but miss in action, there is another legal act that defines this. Therefore, I really want to consolidate all the orders by the President, by Minister of Defense, by those considering the General Prosecutor's Office, so that we can have the clear understanding of the deadlines, because sometimes, there is kind of profanation here. Several cases about about deceased soldiers. We had the case of certain case that was supported by our office. After the full-scale invasion in Kherson, around 50 soldiers were shot down. One of the wives turned to us, to our office, and we decided to define the fact of the military service in the appropriate military base. We lost the case, actually. Why? Because the court said that within the separate procedure, such fact cannot be defined, and actually they referred to the Supreme Court of Ukraine. They declined. But there is right now another resolution of the Supreme Council of Ukraine, which indicates that we can prove this fact. We also lost another trial in the administrative jurisdiction word because Defense Ministry answered to the wife of the deceased, and we didn't know where your man was serving. We do not know the circumstances of his death, even though there were lots of evidence that he was serving there. The same was about the Yavory military base. The one who deceased, he was officer, but had civil contract with the appropriate military base. The case is similar. A person is deceased, was buried, with all the honors, etc. Wife, for 2 years, doesn't have any status, doesn't have any social guarantees. And another trial I want to mention today, it is about the military service issue, where there was a revenge voluntary unit. We actually accompany this. We actually take this trial. The soldier is deceased. Documents that can prove his military service, there are no as such. Parents, for the course of 2 years, are trying to find the truth, and Ms. Tatiana also takes part in this case. As for now, we haven't found any legal solution of how to tackle this problem, how to help the close ones of the deceased soldiers to identify the circumstance, or just to prove that their close one died while defending our country. So to sum up, all these trials, all these cases, they are all about the legal practice as something complex and something long-term. Of course, it is necessary to implement some radical changes in the legislation frame on the basis of the practice that we have, and therefore our Office of Support will give certain proposal to the resolution. And the last point, when the Office of Family Members Support started operating in 2022, I had such an utopia dream. It seems to me that our servicemen, I'm sorry to be that frank, they don't need any assistance that have to take them by hand somewhere. Serviceman has to have service center where he can turn to and say where he could address all his issues he have, being in retirement office or else. So it can be military center for administrative services. That is the one place where soldiers don't have to roam around the cities to solve his issues, but the front office, military one, where soldiers can turn to and receive all the solutions that he needs. And I think that our civil centers of administrative assistance, they just cannot cope with that, because the whole system of the veteran policy and defense ministry, they have to be aimed at not making servicemen to be beggars. They don't have to beg anything, no. Vice versa. He has to be given all the services that he needs in one place, in one center, and as soon as possible. Thank you for the ability to give this remark. Thank you, Yaroslav. And the presentation will be proceed by Olena Surmai. She is the head of the NGO Office for Support of Military Families. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Today I want to talk about the Office of Support of Military Families that was created in June of 2022 in Lviv. These were the first months of the war after the first shock faded away. So we were trying to understand what we want to how we want to help families and soldiers who were puzzled at some stage. Yes, we have this idea of the military center for administrative services. Yes, but we have this idea to create it. But when it was about our office, we were aiming to have a center where the soldiers could come to, the veterans as well, and they can receive the help and support they need at that time. At our slide, you see our target audience and the problems that people turn to us with. We talk about social guarantees, payments, service, military service, identification,
потребує старту в нове життя соціалізації. І цих коштів немає, і це є найбільша прикрість, тому що все-таки, якщо б державою було врегульовано, щоб хоча б частина цих коштів була захищена, так, тому що 120 тисяч, так, це такі достатні кошти, і я думаю, що з них можна було б виділити якусь ту частку, яка буде просто для військовослужбовця і для того, щоб він повернувся і мав хоча б якийсь захист і ґрунт під ногами.
Дякую. Дякую, Уляна. І продовжуємо. Якщо є питання, можливо, до Уляни з приводу роботи Офісу підтримки. Якщо питань нема, то я запропоную взяти слово нашому колезі з Організації Об'єднаних Націй. Нік Вуд запрошується до слова. Нік. Ми вас знайшли, ми вас загубили на початку заходу, тепер знайшли. Це чудово. Мікрофон, будь ласка.
My apologies for not being able to address you in Ukrainian.
Доброго вечора, та перепрошую, що не можу говорити з вами українською.
My name is Nick Wood. I am the project officer for the International Organization for Migration, overseeing our veterans reintegration program.
Мене звати Нік Вуд, і я проектний керівник проєктів Організації Об'єднаних Націй.
I'd like also to introduce my colleague Alexandra Lukyanenko, who oversees our current project.
Також я б хотів представити мою колегу.
Швиденько представлюся, я є координаторкою проєкту.
A very brief introduction. I coordinate the project for reintegration of veterans of the International Organization of Migration.
Ми б хотіли представити результати нашої 6-річної роботи.
So IOM works at 4 levels. We work at the national level, the community level, the family, and the individual.
Ми працюємо на 4 рівнях. Державний рівень, локальний рівень, рівень родин та безпосередньо з ветеранами.
And our current project, Psychosocial, is funded by the German Federal Foreign Office, which runs through to summer of this year.
І наш поточний проєкт шлях стійкості фінансований федеральним міністерством закордонних справ Німеччини.
And our work is at multi-levels. So we support the Ministry of Veterans Affairs in strategy, policy, and legislation development.
І наша робота багаторівнева, і вона спрямована на підтримку ветеранів та реінтеграцію в суспільстві.
We also have a large mental health and psychosocial component to build national capacities to provide psychosocial services.
Також наша робота спрямована на посилення
And
здатності щодо допомоги ментальному здоров'ю та психосоціальному підтримку.
And at the community level, we work with a wide range of veterans organizations and communities to build capacities so that they can provide services to veterans, their family members, families of the fallen, and the communities into which they reintegrate.
І на рівні громад ми працюємо над збільшенням здатності
бачили ці слайди в метро чи в соціальних мережах.
And then finally, we thought we wanted to give an overview of the Lviv Oblast's activities specifically that we're delivering as part of our border Vereshchuk program.
На цьому слайді ми би хотіли зупинитися безпосередньо на заходах, які ми імплементовували у Львівській області в рамках проекту «Шлях стійкості».
So, as part of our support to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, we have supported the creation of the Lviv Veterans Development Center at the Polytechnic University.
У тісній співпраці разом із Міністерством у справах ветеранів ми підтримали відкриття Центру розвитку ветеранів, який фізично знаходиться у Львові у приміщенні університету Львівська політехніка.
We're also very happy to support a veterans organization in Novy Rozdil and the Borislav community to build capacity to provide services to veterans and their family members.
Ми також підтримали організацію ветеранську у Новому Роздолі та громаду у Бориславі, яка надає заходи, які спрямовані на згуртованість громади у напрямку ветеранської політики.
We've also supported forums in October 2023 in Lviv to bring together networks of partners, organizations and local authorities to discuss challenges.
Також у жовтні минулого року ми надали підтримку у проведенні форуму «Українські захисники» для того, щоб створити один майданчик комунікації усіх залучених партнерів в даній сфері.
I've mentioned the three family retreats that we have held. We've been very lucky that we've been able to hold them in Lvivska Oblast.
Ми вже згадували про наші ретрити сімейні. Їх було 3 у серпні, вересні та грудні. І хочемо зауважити, що всі вони проходили у Львівській області.
And finally, we hold a large number of training sessions for psychologists, for social workers, for academics to build capacities to provide services to veterans. We hold a lot of these in Lvivska Oblast.
Окрім цього, ми також відповідальні за проведення тренінгів для представників академії. Тренінги сформовані у розвитку рівний рівному для того, щоб створити громаду потенційних тренерів, які можуть бути залученими у громадах. І також багато з них прийшло у Львівській області.
So that's just a quick summary of the nature of services that we deliver.
Це буквально за кілька хвилин коротка презентація нашої діяльності проекту.
With the current estimates of between 5 to 8 million veterans and family members in the future, the scale is the real challenge.
Підсумовуючи, хочемо зауважити, що приблизна статистика ветеранів та членів їх родин буде складати 5-8 мільйонів у суспільстві. Це, в свою чергу, звичайно, буде означати, що це буде багато викликів для держави та суспільства.
So it's opportunities like these that are so important so that we can share information, we can share ideas, challenges, priorities, and that partners like those on the panel, we can come together to make sure that we can meet the challenge of the future.
Для того важливо дуже організовувати такі майданчики для побудови майбутнього діалогу із усіма залученими партнерами та колегами, для того, щоб ми могли продумати, які рішення ми можемо приймати, щоб подолати дані труднощі.
Thank you very much. Дуже вам дякую.
Дякую.
From my side, I'd like to add that the reports that Nick just talked, you can find them printed out at our booth. Please don't be shy. Come up and grab your copy. And please, I would ask Nick to stay. There could be some questions about the cooperation and activities. Are there any questions, dear colleagues? You're the ideal audience today, actually. So we do have some questions, right? What cooperation programs do you plan for 2024? Any other questions, dear colleagues? Yes, it seems that Yaroslav has.
social protection of veterans of war. But due to our legislation, we also do have veterans from the amount of actual servicemen. Do you provide any services or projects for family members of actual servicemen?
So, as a UN agency, the humanitarian principles that we follow of impartiality and neutrality means that we don't provide direct support to active combatants. We provide services more broadly to those who are
My another
civil society organizations, for example. True, yes. So families will be assessed on the basis of vulnerability criteria in and of themselves. That might include internally displaced people. It might be those with issues requiring shelter support. So they will be considered on those other bases.
Так, короткий переклад. Звучало запитання, чи МОМ ООН надає підтримку діючим військовим. На жаль, ні, у зв'язку із певними обмеженнями, які окреслені мандатом ООН, ми надаємо підтримку лише демобілізованим військовим і їхнім сім'ям.
Дякуємо, Нік. Власне, я попрошу ще раз оплески для
Thank you, Nick. Once again, a round of applause for the UN and for Nick personally. And I'd like to use this opportunity to invite you to be our guest at 17 Copernicus Street to once again exchange our contacts. I believe your experience will be very valuable for us, and our experience might be interesting for you as well. So please visit us. Dear colleagues, once again, we express our gratitude to Nick, and let's pass the floor to a very respected organization, the Legal 100. Everybody knows about your heroic deeds, so to say, and how you support and how effective you are. We are very happy that we can meet you today, and once again for you as well, would expect your visit at our center. Would be happy to get your visit. Thank you. That's an honor to be among you as people who help our veterans and their families and families of missing in action. I'll provide some details about our organization and what kind of help we provide. My presentation, please. So, the mission of our team, the next slide, please, is to protect human rights within the military service and to create legal mechanisms for the veterans' reintegration. We basically have been working from mid 2013 and 2015. We launched a hotline for legal aid. It's still active. And the next slide, please. Next. That is just the stats on the team members and who do we help. Of course, these are the active military servicemen, war veterans, and their family members, families of the fallen servicemen, the persons liable for military service, and also families of missing MIA, also families of the prisoners of war, and also the state representatives, or for example, TSR and SP also could ask us for help, employers to consult on different kinds of questions and providing aid to servicemen and veterans. So we provide legal aid and we consult people who help veterans. And also, if you work in the legal sphere, we'd be happy to share our experience, our expertise, to make sure that the community of people providing legal aid to servicemen and veterans just grows. You can also use our hotline if you contact us, or some other communication means, so just personally via phone or anything else. The next slide. The directions of our operations. Legal assistance is the core of our activities starting from 2014 and has been our core. This is a direct counseling and also helping during the court proceedings, and analytics and advocacy of the systemic changes of the veteran affairs and protection of military servicemen. We also produce lots of informational materials such as webinars, explanatory notes, commentaries. Starting from 2015, we've been developing a memo for the participants of the Ukrainian-Russian war. That's one of our most popular products. We have it published on our website. We keep it updated. And we are trying to spread and share the word, and can send it up on request as well. The next slide. On the legal aid, Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can call us using the number 0800-308-100. We have lawyers on call. Monthly, we provide 3,000 to 5,000 of consultations via the hotline, depending on what happens in the combat zone, whether the combat actions were more active, or whether, for example, a new law could be adopted, and it results in a spike in requests, but sometimes it could be a quiet time of 3,000 calls. And during the call, a lawyer or an advocate could identify whether any additional aid is required, helping with shape or write a report, some documents, or something else. The most popular templates are provided on our website, but sometimes we don't have a sample or a sample or a template. Then we help formulate the document and application. And in case people need secondary legal aid, this is representation at the state bodies or at court during the case. Here we can also help, but on a case-to-case basis, because we need to prioritize cases. First, we're limited in resources, and we prioritize families of missing servicemen, MIA, the prisoners of war, or some areas when people are limited in their mobility and they have nobody to help. So we prioritize these cases. But well, basically, our lawyers are really busy. But sometimes it could be so that we can see that nothing could be done with this case, and we sometimes could then reject this application. So we prioritize the cases that we take or not take. The next, on a weekly basis, we also analyze all of the draft laws registered in the parliament related to the protection of servicemen and families in related areas. So we try to explain to the general population of what kind of legal documents are being discussed or could be passed. We have a newsletter on that. We also have a weekly newsletter on the news. In the veteran affairs, that could be the normative regulations passed and adopted by the cabinet ministers or other bodies, but these are also some opportunities. For example, opportunities like the ones that Nick shared, the information on the IOM or some other organizations' events. So if you have any vacancies or any opportunities or any news and you'd like to share them, please pass on the news. We'll include them into our own newsletter. We also participated in creating more than 20 laws that were prepared by our experts. And here we have Oksana, Kolyada, and Veteran Hub, and the female veteran movement. We are working on the concept of the state veteran policies and their families represented. At the end of November of the last year, we still continue working on this document. We believe it's critical to change the state system of veteran affairs and their family support. Next slide. On informative function, I already mentioned the memos and webinars. You can find them in social media. You can either contact us via the hotline or via the website. We also have an adapted version for the people with disabilities. So we have a website for different needs of people with different disabilities. So feel free to visit the website. The next. So that's basically it about our organization. But since we are a part of the legal block here, so let's talk about the legal aid. So from 2017, some changes to the free legal aid law were introduced, and war veterans became one of the categories that have a right for free first and secondary legal aid. So that's a great decision. So we used to refer to the state organization cases for some time because the state has the best capacities and resources to provide the aid to such a large group of people. But we are just, after the full-scale invasion, we restarted and relaunched providing this free aid to support that. And then we faced some additional issues. So who has a right for free secondary legal aid? War veterans, family members of deceased war veterans, family members of deceased defenders of Ukraine, and people with low income, up to 20 categories of different groups who have a right to receive free secondary legal aid as paid and provided by the state. This is the map of centers of free legal aid provisions. People can address and ask any of these centers to help, or you could contact them online using this phone number indicated on the slide. I'm not sure if anybody is here from this system, because I am actually presenting you. So let me know if anything to add. So once again, we cooperate with such centers. If a person has a right to free legal aid from the state, we try to refer to those state centers, explain how they work. We also accept complaints to such, if any issues arise within such centers, or if any people have any concerns or complaints about that. So we are very engaged in helping such centers develop. What are the issues that currently the veterans have right to this aid, but you know that currently there is another problem for the active servicemen. It takes a very long time to get the combat participant status. So unless you are a veteran, you have no right for this free aid from state. So we believe that it's required to introduce amendments to the law of Ukraine on free legal aid and to also include active servicemen into the categories who have right to receive this free legal aid. Very frequently also on behalf of the servicemen, their family members come because they take it upon themselves to help with business, with all of the household affairs. So about a third of all of the applications that are related to the veteran servicemen affairs come on behalf of those servicemen, on behalf of those veterans, but are being filed by their family members. So unfortunately, within this state system, also there is no specialized advocates, and maybe this is why we still exist, because we provide trainings to the lawyers of those centers. They ask us for additional consultations. They provide trainings to their experts. But regardless of how experienced a lawyer is, but when a person cannot select the lawyer on their own, they get assigned a legal expert. So it really impacts how quality the legal service the person will get. So it could be solved on the systemic level, especially for the military service and veteran affairs, because we already have experts with relevant expertise and lawyers with relevant expertise. We can see so many people, experts interested in this area. So either by choice or in some other way, this could be improved. So all of the problems that you mentioned, we also face them daily. We keep working with all of these issues, but probably they require some other discussions. Thank you. Are there any questions, maybe? So could you provide more distinction about paid or free services? Do you provide any paid services? No, we only provide free services, but we are very limited in resources, and we cannot provide the secondary legal aid to everybody. So when we see that this person has a status of the war veteran and this is not a critical situation, then we refer them to the state centers providing this free secondary legal aid. So first of all, we check whether the person has this status, whether they are part of the group who have a right for free legal aid, but there could be some more complicated cases. For example, somebody already came to that center first, they didn't receive the aid they wanted, so in this, in such a case, we could on the individual level decide to take up their case as well. What is your area of responsibility? Do you only help to prepare the documents? No, we can also represent at court or at the state body, so it's also an individual decision, yes. Thank you. Thank you to Yulia, and also we have here Denis Sultan Haliyev present here, representative principal NGO that was first created to defend and represent interests of wounded servicemen, and now they broaden the scope of their work, and you work with different categories of servicemen, right? It's thank you. Good afternoon. My slides, please. Thank you. So we already represented our organization. Thank you for your introduction. Yes, we first started with helping wounded servicemen, but as we know, this transition period between the serviceman and veteran is a very gradual one, and the issues that the wounded servicemen face are usually the interim in-between issues and challenges. As it was mentioned, we have broadened our horizons. We started providing the help and support to veterans as well and active servicemen. We do not provide any direct services or the actual legal aid. Our operations and activities are related to analysis and advocacy of interests of our beneficiaries and what could be actually defined as services. We're trying to work out some digital solutions for the legal and human rights and their rights awareness. So we do not have direct specific cases that we work with, but it was one of our research on the wounded servicemen. And you can see the data. It's outdated because that was as of summer 2023 when this research was first published. We interviewed representatives of well, first of all, of course, the wounded servicemen, representatives of medical and healthcare organizations, and representatives of military bases. We tried to find the key pain points. You can find the research on our website, or there is an excerpt on Vox as well.
So here, for the first time, we faced many problems of the wounded soldier, which are connected not only with the medical rehabilitation component, but with the lack of being updated on the access that he has and on the procedure of algorithm of the way what steps has to be taken to receive payments during the different stages of rehabilitation. Especially how to make the expert commission, what are the documents needed. A separate issue here, like a separate block of the problem of being aware, is that the majority of the servicemen are sure that to understand how to deal with the medical commission, they need the legal support, which they cannot afford financially. So some of the 36% of those who didn't receive the exact information from the doctor commission, they seem that without certain legal support, they cannot go to the court and appeal to the court and send that this decision or this conclusion is not right. We decided to change the angle, and we have made the research in the large perspective, and we invite everyone for you to get informed of those working in the veteran discourse. It's very interesting text. It's not just statistics or some data. No. This is the work which was built up on the experimental method of research. We had certain analysts, cameramen who were communicating with veterans or with their family members from 2 to 3 months. So they had these talks almost every day, tracking their attitude towards different phenomena in society, tracking their problems with different institutions, tracking their rehabilitation period. So this research has proved what we have already is discovered lately, basically about the being well informed, about receiving payment, about having the military checkup board. That's a kind of that's a kind of painful moment and the source of stress for the wounded soldier or for the family member who accompanies him. Our latest research that was presented a couple of weeks ago, our colleagues from Analytical Center CADES helped us in this research, and here basically we do not cover the topic of wounded. We again decided to change the angle to understand the broader picture after the veteran gets back to society. So we reached out to the communities. We chose on purpose rural communities from different regions of Ukraine. And we were talking with the heads of the local centers for administrative services, also for those who provide social services. Right now, a popular opinion is, but it was not that evident back then, that coming back to the civil life, a veteran gets back to his own community. It's not an abstract community or abstract country or abstract civil society. No, we understand that a great number of servicemen, they come from the rural area and they have to go back there. And when we talk about the analytical centers and other actors who operate in big cities, here can be some distorted understanding of what are the conditions and realities where the serviceman comes back to his community. We were talking about the service providers, and one of the findings was that in one of the rural community we came to the conclusion that one of the key problems on social service provision for the disabled veterans is that the social worker doesn't have a bicycle. And since there is no transport within the community for social workers, social worker doesn't reach out to the disabled military because he has to do it on foot, and he doesn't make it to visit several disabled veterans within the region, within the part of community. Therefore, sometimes these problems, they can be like, there can be some simple solutions to the problems on a micro level. Therefore, we are really encouraged to get accustomed with this research. There are some general recommendations. Of course, we understand that the issue of providing the social infrastructure, that should be also top priority because the majority of veterans, these are wounded soldiers. And it's important not to have the barriers and to have the social inclusion. That is what pressing. The next slide, please. And talking about the service part of our job, this illegal navigator, I think that maybe some of you have already been on this site. The pretty simple mechanism available for four groups of settlements, and there is the fifth chapter that will be in action. So I would like to say that the serviceman or veteran, by means of a simple digitalized infrastructure, can get into it and choose the commission or a service or some other institution which he has to pass or to visit, and he can receive the basic legal information in simple terms, so that pretty simple that everyone can understand. It's a pretty general recommendation and piece of advice which have been set up on the basis on our research I was talking about, and also on the basis of our expertise of receiving feedback from our legal navigator. And also, I would like to mention that several weeks ago we have launched the chatbot, so that the access to this information is not that difficult, and it will be more veteran or serviceman friendly. So basically, it's on the chat. It operates in a chat format, and everyone who is entitled to can receive the necessary information. This algorithm is based on the AI approach, and of course, the quality. We cannot, say that it's top quality, because the algorithms, they develop pretty dynamic. But we have the pro bono legals who can support those in need and give consultation and recommendations if, for example, people cannot make it themselves to find this answers. So this, small legal consultation. Of course, this is not the core of our activity, I mean, these consultations, but there are several general recommendations. We would advise to make better the self-awareness, legal awareness for the veteran and servicemen, including by means of online services and offline materials as well. What I mean is that it is impossible to rely only on one way of providing information, because even if the online services are pretty user-friendly, but they will not encompass all the potential target audience, let alone the fact that the majority of veterans, they use social networks, they use internet, etc. It is obvious that there are people who are not going to use these online services to receive legal information, and they really need to have the paper doc or the real consultation with a lawyer or recommendation. Please, next slide. I will not go into details here, because Yulia, it seems to me, has exhausted this topic, and our organizations really coincide in this. Yeah, we have the project where our team of lawyers and analysts are trying to organize courses of legal awareness when it comes to the free legal support. But I think that the scaling up of this question, despite that a lot of NGOs are working on this, it is possible only by using the state infrastructure, because it's pretty big and large structure. Please, the next slide. One priority of ours as of today for both our analysts and lawyers, that is the focus to families. We are family-oriented right now, especially when we were working on our ethnographic research, because while communicating with wives or with mothers of the wounded soldiers, we have encountered that a wound causes social influence not only on a veteran but on his close ones. For example, many of our respondents, they were talking about care to provide, for example, the medical care of the wounded person. To do this, to provide this care, they had to leave their jobs. Some of them were they lost some career moment, and after their sons or husbands are healthy, they cannot go back to work because they lost that. Some of them feel this pressure from employers. They were forced to leave, to quit the job, and they couldn't work full day because they have to take care of the wounded soldiers. There are similar problems which have influence on the economic condition of the family and also for the economic activity. So right now, we are currently working on the research of families and family members who provide free care services during many years for those wounded who are bedridden for a while. And those who had certain spinal traumas or serious injuries. So as for now, these are a group of people who are pretty affected by the consequences of military service. But again, it is not reflected in the social services and social support to the extent that the care could be compensated and making it possible for the family to be economically resilient and to preserve their lifestyle. Thank you very much. In case of question to Denis. Denis, while presenting, he provided some data about servicemen that a great share of them, they have difficulties communicating with military bases. So maybe you, Mr. Yaroslav, would tell us your opinion on that. Maybe you have certain vision on how to make this work better. Depending on the problem that we have to address, if it is communication of, for example, family members with a serviceman, or what do you mean in particular? I think that on that slide that in question, it was, could you please go back to this slide, like 4 or 5 slides back? But if I'm not mistaken, is that serviceman thinks that a military base does not provide the necessary information on the process of rehabilitation, process of receiving payments after wounds and social support as well. So that's according to them. The problem is in communication between servicemen and military base. So these are the interview data. Yes, I understand. So the question is concerning the awareness of the servicemen. Okay, so as of today, this problem is topical. Of course, we try to tackle it. We have internal communicational work. Our units are they are renewed all the time, and we have to do this informational campaign and all the time. It's a continuing process. When it comes to your referrals, and yes, we have shared that. We gave QR code to your site so that our servicemen could get accustomed with this site and with this legal navigator. It's pretty easy to use, and we received feedback, really good feedback. But again, we have to do it again. We have to inform our fresh soldiers, and then they were explained, etc. Yes, it comes, it's a pretty dynamic process. And also, for example, our colleague from Legal 100, yes, we had the electronic version of your guide, but when we work at the engagement line, everyone wants to have the paper document because sometimes they don't have connections, sometimes they don't have anything. They want to have a book, they want to have a guide, leaflet, so they can share this with a friend. Yes, there are certain barriers and obstacles that are connected with the fluency, with the flow of the servicemen, because the newcomers come every week, and you have to brief them every week. Of course, we're working on that, and as I have already said, if we enhance the component of social work, it will be more professional way to identifying the problematics, to identifying the requests. And if we would be more, if we work better in this regard, of course, we can direct those in need to the appropriate experts, to either to be informed or to receive legal services or recommendations. Of course, we cannot say that our soldiers are not well informed. We are doing it. This is an ongoing process, but again, but of course, if we worked with us, you would understand, yes, so soldiers are well aware of who is legal Hungarians, but those who don't know, yes, we will tell about it. That's our internal communication work, one of the functions that we do in the armed forces of Ukraine.
I just wanted to use this chance to inform that we already started printing of the new batch of the materials. So please send your requests, and upon request we send the printed copies. And also should you have opportunity to print out and share for free across servicemen, we will provide you with the proper rights to do so, because there's also copyright, so we'll deal with that. Are there any other questions to this? If not, then I'd like to introduce Taras Podvyrny, representative of the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights in Lviv region, Mr. Lubinets, and the office, the organization, make lots of efforts to bring back the prisoners of war and children from the occupied territories. So could you please share some information about working in the Lviv region, some cases that people come with, and what you could help with? Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon. Especially to those who managed to survive up till this moment of today's day. I have a project that I'd like to present at the end, but since we had different messages here already, I'd like to remark on those and express my position as the Ombudsman representative, as a deputy of the regional Council. Our main type of activity, when it was mentioned that the systemic violations will be recorded, that's amazing, because yes, we are identifying the gaps and working on the recommendations. Last year we had an unprecedented parliament decision after the annual report of Mr. Lubinets with 186 items and more than 40 related to our servicemen, and we keep working. These systemic violations that we identify locally, we send them up to Kiev and to the national level, develop the recommendations so that the national authorities and the state level also can see the gaps. The case mentioned in the beginning, and when the payments were divided equally between two kids without the serviceman receiving a single coin. We had a similar case last month. It was a grandmother raising a child of her son, who's serviceman, and she faced such a problem. The wife hasn't stayed at home for a year and a half, so the child lives apart from the mother with the grandmother, but the mother keeps receiving the payments. So sometimes we can solve things legally, but sometimes here that's related to ethical and moral components, and local community helped. And now we are talking about depriving the parents' rights for such a mother, and it's difficult to introduce any legal or solve this by any legal means, but with the help of communication, done by the office and coordination center, it's possible to somehow solve that. I already noted a couple of suggestions from partners, colleagues, and speakers, and we've taken notice, that last year we we're also focusing on the Military Medical Commission and the minimum standards adopted, and all of these legal and related issues. We raise these questions into discussions at the national level. We monitor different organizations and institutions. So we also visit centers for providing social services, other institutions where our main beneficiaries frequently visit, and where they face most problems. As the colleague mentioned, the first two sections of the problematic issues for our veterans are accessibility, actually physical and logistics accessibility by transport. So this project originated last year. We tried to bring it into the legal aspect at the end of last year, December 28th, in the regional council. We voted in an unprecedented decision and solution for Ukraine. The national strategy for creating barrier-free strategy in Lviv region for the city administration, and more than 200 of different institutions. These are the largest hospitals and healthcare centers where the regular citizens come and visit frequently, as well as our beneficiaries from the active servicemen and no longer active ones. So the next slide, please. Well, we understand what that is, talking about barrier-free accessibility, and this process happens currently in different areas. This is example from Kyiv, where on the pathways the artists are trying with some colored text messages draw attention of the local authorities to lack of this accessibility. So in Lviv region, we decided to create a presidency to develop a practical basis based on monitorings and data available from our own healthcare and other institutions, then working with the barrier-free NGO initiated by the First Lady Olena Zelenska. They created a great album of barrier-free solutions, but we made the very first audit in one of the regional institutions, and we saw that 80% needs to be changed, and this is the component that we are looking for. The target category, not only people with disabilities, because these are also non-mobile groups of population, the seniors over 60 years old, pregnant women, kids up to 4 years old, with accompanying persons. So it should be a complex approach, not only taking into account the needs of one group of community, but for the majority of groups. And we would like to create such a very practical case, implemented first in Lviv region to serve as a precedent for other regions to be then scaled across other areas. The next couple of slides, please. We have a very interesting case in Ukraine. This is Slavutych, an innovative place. 2021, after the national strategy was adopted, that was the very first city that created an ombudsman position for barrier-free access, and they developed really amazing strategy, basically a manual that became the basis for the laboratory of barrier-free solutions. That's an important precedent as well. It didn't gain enough visibility because of the war, but we'd like to multiply in scale their results and show the practical solutions for barrier-free accessibility. The other countries, of course, have some advanced solutions, and will try to be as innovative in the Lviv region. 525, that's our decision. Unprecedented because all of the present parliamentaries supported that and voted in, and we can see this support from both the authorities and communities when we're talking about 210 objects that Lviv Regional Council administrates, that about 3,000 employees, actually a bit over than 3,000, spread across 40 municipalities. So that's basically almost all of the Lviv region, and Lviv city could be considered separately because out of 210 objects, 125 are in Lviv itself. This is center for lung, pulmonic health, and oncological and some others, large healthcare centers. We were really surprised when we came to the fourth largest object on this list, where about 1,200 healthcare workers are employed. We saw that ramps are advanced and wide enough across all of the territory, but inside, as soon as you are inside the healthcare institution, no more ramps, no more barrier-free or any accessibility. So it seems that they're barrier-free to come to the center, but as soon as they cross the door, that's it. So based on the new November reviews reviewed by all the 27 criteria, they have negative results actually. So we need to monitor and audit 210 objects up until the 21st of May 2024, and by the end of this year, jointly with international partners, and we have a couple of international organizations ready to help implement our recommendations. So it's only on us then to complete the audit and provide recommendations and provide for practical solutions. The enterprises where the residents use these service provision centers where the taxes are paid to ensure this barrier-free inclusivity. So this is our ambitious aim up till the end of the year, to have a practical case that I hope will be an example and precedent for other territorial communities and regions. The next slide, please. Algorithm of working group actions. I won't focus on that. I could share it with you later on. We have a guideline developed jointly with the European Council. And we also have this album suggested by the NGO Barrier Freedom. And we have a checklist including 60 items. We're going to use it for audit of those objects that I previously mentioned. Then we are going to map the results to the interactive map where we'll see the scale and identify and prioritize problems. The team, these are the experts from international organization, from the community. We have very powerful organization, equal opportunities for everybody. who already raised this question on the regional level and jointly with the people's deputies and representatives of the authorities. We want to visit all of the objects up until the May 31st. Normative regulation, methodology of audits. I will share this information with you. That was there already mentioned, the album of barrier-free solutions and the checklist. I could see some 10 community heads here. Maybe they'll try their own and check their own objects against this checklist, because they need to understand that sooner or later they'll need to implement this barrier-free accessibility as well. So that's a notice and hopefully a driver for these heads to show that the regional objects are becoming barrier-free, inclusive, and this is additional push for our local communities. Thank you. That's it. If there are any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we could provide you additional information. These are our contacts. Dmytro Lubinets, the ombudsman of the Supreme Council of Ukraine on the human rights. Are there any questions? Otherwise, do we have Pavlo Hrabsky present here? Pavlo. Yes, we now in Samber. I missed this trip probably, but I know that Samber region is the one where families of all of the servicemen, fallen ones, MIA, and prisoners of war, and probably know all of them personally, and the regional administration, all of the employees help a lot. We always use you as an example of how to work with these families and help them. So please, we pass on the floor to you. Thank you. First of all, a round of applause to each other.
Could you please put my presentation on the screen? My name is Pavlo Hrabsky. I am the first deputy of the head of the Samber Regional District Administration. I am the head of the coordinational center. We are the part of the structure of the regional coordinational centers who support our populations through the initiative of Maxim Kozytskyi. We have been operating starting from September 2022. Here on the slide you can see that around 14,790 needs were satisfied by our activities. Coordinational centers, this is the platform with the international actors integrated who provide the target support. Our manager of a center collects the needs by means of the civil meetings, by means of electronic way. Again, you can scan the QR code and you will see this questionnaire of the needs. And so basically what we do as how we supported IDPs, but right now the tendencies are changing, and we support not only IDPs but also family members of the deceased, of the veterans, of the addicted people, and the disabled people as well. Within our district, there were meetings in 11 territorial communities, the meetings with the family members of the deceased, and we have listed the three main needs. The first one is the duties of the state for those. Basically, family are not aware of the places where they can receive certificate or the necessary documents, and therefore the new format appeared. Basically, we invite the representatives of the state institutions so that people can receive answers they need when it comes to the difficult red tape state procedures. The second part, it is worthy perpetuation of the memory of the heroes. It when the family received all the payments and the state actually has done everything for these families. And another question is worthy perpetuation of the memory. We know that the number of casualties is pretty high, and the family of the deceased try to perpetuate the memory according to their own vision, to have the memorial object. So basically, what we offer is to have the task force that will deal with the family members of the deceased, and they can have their vision of how they see it, where it should be, and this should be the unified object. You see, we have several on a slide, the memorial object that are in Sambir. This is the result of the task work activities. We have the multimedia board, a memory alley, and the memorial tablet. So the memorial plate. Basically, that depends on the vision of the families. And the third need, that is psychosocial assistance. I would divide them into two directions. This is the work of psychologists and the work of the clergy. We understand that not always family take initiative and turn to psychologists. In little settlements, it is more important for them to work with the spiritual mentors. So basically, we have certain trainings of how to provide psychological support to the clergy. The clergy, these are the networks who spreads this practice to the small settlements of our district. The next slide, please. What do we want? We want to contact with you, and if you're in need of support, or you can provide support, here is the contact information on the screen. There is our Facebook questionnaire, and you can just scan the QR code, and again, you can indicate your need in every part of the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pavlo. Any questions? Then we have another speaker, Tanya Potapova, a lawyer. She's the head of the protection of rights of the servicemen. Tanya, please. We would like to hear to the problem cases, or maybe the cases that you are reached in the majority of cases. Thank you. Yes, you are resistant people. Thank you for the invitation. So I would like to I will be brief and I will give you some examples. Everything that was covered by my colleagues, all the topic that we exhausted today, of course there are some issues, and right now I'm a practitioner, and I'm here as a practitioner lawyer, and I accompany a person from the very beginning, of servicemen and for the protection of rights in courts. Basically, it was difficult to receive the feedback on the lawyer's request. It was difficult to get this feedback because there were no data on the military base, and right now the situation is it is easier because we have the territorial centers for recruitment and social support, and also other institutions. So what I would like to tell you is that you remember the case about 120,000 payments. I think, in my opinion, this is more moral issue, because here we have the dual understanding. There are families where everything is done according to the needs, children needs, if their parent is missing in action or in captivity. There are families where everything is pretty much the opposite. Of course, it would be reasonable so that the serviceman can distribute the funds, and he can indicate it at the beginning of military service. And also, of course, it would be reasonable if, for example, 50% of the money would be reserved on the account, and another half can be distributed to his family members. And when we talk about these frozen assets, we will understand how it will be. Yes, if a person came back from the captivity, he can have the funds for rehab. Right now we have a bill when a military wants to retire because he was in captivity, and I think that it will be amended to the law. I hope so. And this serviceman can have this money for the rehabilitation or for anything at his disposal. Of course, if God forbids that he dies in captivity, this money will be inherited by his family members according to the family code of Ukraine and to the inheritance code. As for the problematic issues I encounter daily, this is the question of the combat participant status. And those who had, for example, a short-term participation at the full-scale invasion. Right now we have 2 years of the invasion. I have 2 serious cases. What we have a refusal, a lot of refusals, and I will tell you why it is difficult to prove it. A person who from eastern part of Ukraine, on the 24th of February, he brings his family around Polish border. So they actually cross the border on foot. He returns to defend Ukraine. He picks 2 other guys in his car. They go to the adjacent combat area. They go to the TCR as a voluntary battalion, or just you remember just how it was, right? Everyone took anything they had and they wanted to defend their land. This man, he was a combat medic. The next day he is wounded. He was evacuated, but of course back then we didn't have our references, statements we didn't have the blanks on the circumstances of a wound, of injury. He receives first aid, and by means of charitable organization, he goes to Norway, where he has been operated on his shoulder. He comes back to Lviv, and then he wants to receive the confirmation that he is the combat participant. And because we understand that it doesn't matter how much time he defended Ukraine, being in 2 days or a year. We have notarial statements of his comrades who were with him back then. We had notarial statement of one of the servicemen who helped him when he was wounded, but unfortunately there is no order that this person is as a part of the military base, being in voluntary unit, or it is internal unit of the territorial center for recruiting and social support. But unfortunately we got rejected all the time, both in the TCR and as well in Lviv. He is registered here as IDP, and last week we received refusal from the Ministry of Veterans. And I'm sure that we will move further, and in the court we will try to prove that. But what is the problem of the court trials for the military lawyer? When we talk about civil and criminal code, about family code, etc., everything is clear. But military code, law, there are lots of different legal frameworks and different documents that cannot be proved at court. Let's talk about a military commission. It's like a second top problem nowadays. Of course, the situation has become better, starting from the fact that the military base directs to the military doctor commission, military medical commission. We can make it faster because our servicemen used to stay in line for a while to get what he needed. But if a serviceman disagrees with the decision of the military medical commission, they turn to court. This is the way how it goes. If we are not, if we disagree, we turn to court. And I always explain that this is like an appeal to the international court and you can appeal to international court is only when you have exhausted all your tries to defend your rights according to the domestic legislation. So the court, it is not a medical institution, and they do not have the specialized expertise in this sphere. Of course, it's difficult, and every soldier has to understand that it's time-consuming process, because at first we turn to the district regional medical commission, and then we turn to court. So I have my own expertise on that, and I share that with Ulyana and with Anna, with Yaroslav as well. He's my lawyer colleague. He had the floor today, and right now I just wanted to showcase what happened with me. So basically, he's not a veteran because it is not proved. That's the problem, and also the problem of the military medical commissions. It is not that grave, but I think that the issue with that is there is not a problem with the deceased military. This commission is pretty significant for the family because it is important while defending the country and while having the military service. Many of our guys who moved abroad to have surgeries, thankfully to the organizations, to the charitable organizations, and died there. Yes, we still have a lot of problems here because the deadlines are expired. Some other colleagues said that there are some courts who think that while servicemen are on treatment, it is not the reason to sue the conclusion of the medical and military medical commission. I am the lawyer practitioner, and I'm pretty optimistic about everything. So I think that we are slowly moving to the changes, and we are several steps ahead, and we will make it happen down this road. We will make this system better. We will try to digitalize it. The service has to be for servicemen and not vice versa. That's the main thing I wanted to say. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I would love to answer. Do we have questions? Maybe you have some reflections on that. Please feel free. They think that those 4 notarial proofs, notarial testimonies, unfortunately, they are not enough. But we don't have the order from military base. I understand that everything has been destroyed. So I think the reason for the refusal is just ridiculous. We have a military man who was at the engagement line. Then he suffered, then he had pneumonia and he died because of it. And right now it's a question how family has to find out where they have to turn to understand the reason of him dying. First of all, the family has to remember that right now they have the priority to receive the certificate from the military medical certificate. If there is a pneumonia in this certificate, there should be a proof when he went down with pneumonia. There is a part where there is like a part of that conclusion. For example, it's not common reason of dying. Like, for example, it can be heart attack or some other. But also sometimes a serviceman of a military unit can die because of the blast wave. For example, he fell and just died. So, and it happened. I actually disagree with that because he was not on duty. He didn't have the that he was not included into the military order. But when there was a shelling of their positions, he died from the explosion wave. I think this is within the context of defense of the country. So the family have to receive the military medical commission certificate, and then they have to move along. If this serviceman who died had pneumonia, I think he came back from the military task. So there is another certificate on where he was having his service, and that's also the foundation for receiving the combat participant certificate. So I think that to conclude our today conversation, there will be the resolution that will be aimed to gather all these cases that we have been talking about, so that we can elaborate certain state mechanisms how to tackle these problems.
So thank you who was present here, and to all the participants. I think that next time when we meet, we'll discuss the practical effect of our today's meeting. I hope so. Maybe somebody would like to share something as a conclusion remarks. Conclude or maybe share the impression. Let me then. So, servicemen are first and foremost are the ones for whom we are doing all of this, and all of us, and not the servicemen need this thing, all of us need that servicemen have all of these things and are defended and protected. So the state needs to create proper conditions, and these are not the servicemen who need to create these conditions for themselves on their own and work on staying protected. So let's pay more attention to the role of our local communities. We're building the networks right now, and this point of contact with the head of the territorial community. They know how many families from their community are at the front line, how old is the child, do they have a caretaker or somebody to take them to school and get them back from school, what happens at the cemetery, do they have enough spaces, whether it needs any renovation. So this first point of contact for us, that's currently a gap, even though we have a territorial center of contacting and social support, but who will they contact? I'm not only speaking about the local Lviv region, but on the state level. So the very local communities should be proactive. Go and check in with the serviceman's mother, check whether they have everything they need to survive the winter, and whether their kids and children need anything. I'm very grateful to all of the communities that already do this. That's a proactive position. They understand why they are doing this, what they are doing, and the servicemen are really grateful for their effort. So let's do everything that we can to facilitate of a victory, because servicemen need to feel that they are protected by their community, and their families need to feel protected. This will facilitate a victory. This will facilitate the social fairness and democracy and basic principles for which democracy exists. So thank you, and glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you to everybody, and thank you.